Army the other day. Oh yeah? Well. You're gonna want it, but then it'll actually see how this an LLC. They've been organized to make money. Just
he uses a clutch chart. It's a classic clutch chart. It has left, it has importance, and then right has urgency. And so if it's important and urgent, top left, that you do that right away. And then if it's important and urgent, we need to make sure like it's planned. He says that the most urgent things are not often important, and the most important things are rarely urgent.
So,
yes, so we end up doing, but we also do things that are urgent and not important. So those are like, hey, since it's here, that's why it's not urgent and not important.
And I'll be running around. Whether that's
so you got to get a track. So he has that. The eyes
I'll figure it out after. Or just basic membership is free and not law. There's a lot of household services. But
pretty organically, you'll see that people are going to move on.
And kind of with the point of one play. If the same approach, the same association, look at the you've got to grab the fan base and move a small cohort. And some people are right about that. And I get this. But
so people are going to go to the breakout sessions and they're going to work for
and with us too, it's members
we're going to have Keynote speakers. It's
it's not 150 individuals. Pretty good. It's 150 organizations. But how do you say,
there are boards.
So
we're going to have some organizations. You'll see, it's just going to be this room.
That's okay.
Not so that's the survey. If the I need to sit down and go back.
I'd love to see what at the end of the day, our most basic service that's tangible. Besides the other services. Are we slice of foundation centers overall, then you would have to pay 5 figures for yourself. Contemplating that as part of your and a slice to
That's always the question.
I need a second body for sure.
Yeah, that's a significant time.
Help yourself with some food and coffee. There's water in the back.
No,
Thanks, Tim. We sit next to each other and he gives me a hard time. They're right there. You're in that. You have to look on the website for the other staff? No, I didn't tell you to. I just asked you. You'll see them because they have like the enamel matrix. Our CEO is right there. Blackjack is you'll see them around there. But it's really not the focus on us. It's focused on the people here and it's just everybody. There'll be a
That can be good or
And then something else
So, you can zoom in the ice what happens is on this side you have urgency. On this side you have urgency. So in that case, right here is urgent. Actually, so this goes in the that means this right here is priority. This is what urgent needed. And then if it's urgent, so the same there is you want to not do this. So if it's important and not urgent, that is to yeah. Right. This you do it now. And then if it's urgent, it's maybe delegate it. And then this one would be done. Yeah, you just Google item power method. You see lots of
Morning. Good, how are you? Okay, yeah. It's actually I got a US
and I've got them. I think it's by Gary Keller.
Yeah, not from travel.
Yeah, it looks like this. And then eat that frog. These two are my favorite. Tasmania. Yes, sailors, guys. Those are my two favorites for time away.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be nice and cool. Perfect for the AC.
Am I joining you guys? Yeah.
There's lots of breakups. That's what we have.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
So proud.
Oh, yeah.
Brendan, Black Nash. Tip strap. Boston. Yeah. Oh yeah. Chick-fil-A catering credit.
Can't beat it. I was gonna be intermittent fasting, and I said, if you got donuts, I'm fasting. If you have Chick-fil-A, I'm not. That's just the way it works.
It's healthier, right?
Good morning. Everybody could find their way to Chick-fil-A and into their seats. Grab a cup of coffee. We're going to be starting here in a couple minutes, so please grab your seats when you get a chance. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
in Boston last year. My girlfriend, she works in corporate security, and a lot of her VPs and senior executives were going. They were having a conference, and so she gets to go to the cities ahead of them, figure out where the hospitals are, the emergency routes, like all this really neat stuff, right? But if she wants to stay there a couple extra days, she just pays for the hotel room. So I paid for that. I've never been to the Northeast.
All right, now it is sufficiently quiet in here. Apologies, I didn't mean for that to happen, but well, howdy. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming. My name is John Bursler, and I'm on the Combined Arms team, and wanted to welcome you all to our third annual Combined Arms Convening. It's just another typical Friday where you can see all your friends and colleagues in one room, and also get some Chick-fil-A. So thank you so much for being here. First off, wanted to recognize a couple of our board members who are here. So Lauren Gore is our vice chairman of the board. General Steve Hummer is also one of our officers on the board. And so, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. And we'll have a couple of our other board members here as well. Woo! It's been a crazy year since we all gathered at UHD last year. We have our friends at UHD here in UH as well. And HCC, thank y'all so much for hosting. So we're just going to make a tour of all the campuses. So maybe Selena will have it at UH Maine next time around. But just wanted to say thank you to HCC for hosting us. If you haven't gotten a chance to harass Brian Escobedo in the back, who is probably really stressed out, but he's done a phenomenal job at planning this and getting all of it together. So Brian, I know it's not over yet, but we're going to give you credit already. So thanks for all your effort. Combined Arms staff, y'all want to raise your hands as well. And just so everybody, if y'all have a question, a complaint about me specifically, please see one of our teammates. They'll make sure that those complaints are directed to me immediately. And then I'm going to go cry in the back. But I would like to also welcome several of our out-of-town visitors. If you're not in the Houston area, can you please raise your hands real quick? All right. So we have our friends from Endeavors, our friends from UT, our friends from NAVSO, Bob Woodruff Foundation, National Veterans Intermediary, Wounded Warrior Project. Thank you all so much for being here to be a part of this great event and this great opportunity. Texas Coalition of Veterans Organizations as well. And I hope you'll have a fantastic day today and be able to meet a lot of the amazing experts and leaders that are here in the Houston area serving our population of veterans. And if you haven't figured out yet, this is the greatest city in the world for veterans and military and families. And I hope that, even though you may be from somewhere else, you'll feel that a little bit from interacting with these people, these leaders. So but we're going to talk a little bit about why, and it's really because of all of you in the room. I'd also like to recognize several of our supporters. So Wounded Warrior Project, they have been one of the founding member organizations. There were 6 of us in the beginning, and they helped seed fund the concept of Combined Arms. And John Roberts, that man back there, and I talked about this crazy idea 10 years ago, maybe longer, I can't remember, when we were sitting in the city of Houston. And here we are, John. So thank you for everything. And Wounded Warrior Project, as we'll talk about here in a little while, has been a phenomenal programmatic partner as well. Also, Bob Woodruff Foundation, Sam Holmes with Bob Woodruff Foundation, they've been an incredible supporter. They're going to be funding a new program, or not a new program, but an extension of an existing program that Linda Morales is going to be taking lead on, that we'll talk a little bit more about today. So Sam, thank you for being here. Nancy, Deidre from NVI side of Bob Woodruff, you guys are incredible. Thank you so much. And Tim from NAVSO, National Association of Veteran Serving Organizations. Some big news coming up. If you haven't, you can't get tickets yet, I don't think, but there will be a Vet Aid concert that has been put on by one of the Eagles frontmen, Joe Walsh. If you guys are Eagles fans, I'm a Don Henley guy myself, but don't tell Joe that. He's going to be putting on this concert with Sheryl Crow, Ringo Starr. I didn't know that. Brad Paisley. Oh no, I mean Ringo Starr. No, I'm just kidding. Those are some big names. So they chose Houston to host this concert, and it raises money for many of the organizations in this room. So I know that we sent that information. If the proceeds from that concert, which is going to be in Reliant Arena, big concert, will go to the veteran community here in Houston. So thank you, Tim, for helping choose Houston, and we'll get to meet Joe and his team on Veterans Day. He's going to be participating in all the Veterans Day activities at City Hall. So I think I got everybody. We have a couple of our other partners here as well. We will meet later this afternoon. I'll talk about in the agenda. But amazing year. Last year, if you were interested in what the outcome of last year's convening was, we set in motion a strategic plan for Houston's veteran community, written by you. All of the collaboration committees, the member organizations, the leaders and experts are part of this great collaborative, the part of this great system, this ecosystem that we have created and built and fostered and cultivated, put in the first 2-year strategic plan for Houston's veteran community. And I have to say, we're doing pretty well, and that's because of all of you. So thank you for your continued involvement in the collaboration committees. We're going to look to your leadership and your expertise to continue to make our city the best place in the world for military veterans and their families. So thank you so much. You can see some of our data up here. You know, one of the best things about having a system, a backbone, a collaborative like Combined Arms is that we can share all of this data. And you can use all of this data when reporting to your boards, when reporting to your supervisors, when reporting to funders. It's pretty remarkable that all of the work that we have collectively done, and it's evidenced here by the data that you're seeing on the screens. In terms of partnerships, that's why we're all here. Partnerships and collaboration is really what makes the Combined Arms system work every day. And we are currently at 56 member organizations. We started with 6 4 years ago, and here we are at 56. We're about to go north of 60 when we bring on more in Montgomery County with General Hummer, and more of our partners that I mentioned earlier as we bring on new organizations like Endeavors that will provide some telehealth options and be able to increase access for our service members and our veterans and their families for greater care. Also, I think, and I'm not sure, but I think we're one of the first collaboratives to ever have a full-blown partnership with the VA. And the Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center, as we all know, is one of the best institutions in the VA system. And Director Vasquez and his amazing team have gone above and beyond to innovate and kind of change their own internal policies to ensure that they are now on the platform. So very soon, we will be able to receive referrals from the VA and then send referrals to the VA so that less veterans fall through the cracks and get the care that they need. So I think that's incredibly important that we are now supersizing our partnership with the VA that's been so successful in the last few years to really make a true impact in our community. We also had our friends from University of Texas Institute for Military Veteran Family Wellness, got that right twice in a row. And Dr. Elisa Bora and her team with Hannah, and there's several others that are in Austin, are going to be helping us really analyze, taking this data on the output side, and then analyzing what outcomes and impact we can draw from that. So really a longitudinal study of how our veterans, because that's where impact will truly lie, and be able to report back to the community, report back to your funders, to your supporters, to your boards, and make sure that we are proving that we are the greatest city in the world, the greatest state in the world for veterans and their families. We also have an amazing partnership with the Texas system, the Afterlife Extension Service. If you haven't heard about this program, it's one of the best kept secrets. They have extension agents in 200 Texas counties, and they'll be armed with our technology to be able to refer veterans and their families into critically needed social services in the field in real time. That's going to be a really, really interesting partnership to expand it and see how that can impact more veterans and their families. And finally, just to cover the year, one of our member organizations and one of the OG organizations in Houston before all of these amazing entities came about, the Lone Star Veterans Association, LSVA, merged with Combined Arms this year. So Kevin Doffing, our COO at Combined Arms and former CEO of LSVA, made all of that happen, and Lauren Gore was the chairman of the board at LSVA, and now is our vice chairman. I think it's gone incredibly well, and we're going to be able to use the apparatus that LSVA has built in the last 10 years to outreach to more veterans and connect with your programs, paired with the Combined Arms technology and all of your expertise to truly make this city one of the models for veteran services and military transition. Wow, it's just been crazy. And hopefully next year we'll be talking about even more successes that we all have collectively achieved together. So what's the future look like? We're going to be talking about some really exciting today. If you go to what device you have, I'm a Google Play guy myself, I'm an Android guy. Don't hate me, don't think I'm weird. You can actually search for Combined Arms, all one word, out there as of today. And you'll be able to use it on which we want y'all to test it, use it, break it, give us feedback, because this is going to be your tool when you're in the field meeting with veterans and their families, wherever you are. You'll be able to echo link refer them in real time by logging on and putting some basic information in like you currently do on the palm of your hands. It's our strategy to get this mobile app into the volunteers and the community leaders that aren't full-time staff, that aren't part of our ecosystem in a full-time capacity, that are actually out there at the neighborhood level, at the zip code level, at the street level, interacting and talking to veterans, to connect them to critical needs, to reconnect with tribe and create a new job here in Houston and their new unit that they've checked into, and make sure that they make a successful transition, that they're not only surviving but thriving in our community and connected to resources day in and day out. So download the app, test it back. We're going to be rolling out a lot of different updates, and we really, like everything, we want your input so we can continue to make this thing better. We're also going to be delivering some professional development opportunities to our member organizations, staff, and volunteers. If you haven't heard yet, then that's my fault. I haven't gotten the word out enough yet, apparently. But we're partnered with Rice University to do a program called Lead Rice. It's the first veteran program manager level cohort designed to invest in our kind of middle level managers so that they can take that next step up in their career. So if you're a coordinator or specialist or program manager level and you haven't signed up for this, we want to invest in you. Houston Endowment gave us these funds to invest in our people, all of you. So if you haven't registered for that yet, we'd love to have you. We've still got some spots available. It starts on October 11th. And who on the annual, to Lisa, Brian Escobedo, who was last year in the first cohort, Monique. Then there's about 10 others from 10 different member organizations. We need a couple more folks to really be in this first cohort and get a certificate from Rice University in the Lead Rice platform. I think it's a really unique thing and really unique offering that we're going to be able to expand and improve over time. But the main thing is we want to invest in you, our people who are serving veterans every day. We're also going to be offering CEUs, especially in the Wellness Committee, which is going to be a really cool addition that is provided by some of our partners here. So if you do need that ongoing training, like many clinicians do and many folks with those credentials do, we will be offering that as well. And we're also bringing back Toastmasters. Mike, when's the first Toastmasters?
Yep. Probably October.
Okay, roger that. Yeah, it's around the Riverbend. Yeah, it's coming.
This fall.
Yeah, this fall, coming soon. Fall is like January for us. Like I was telling the folks yesterday, we had spring, summer, and fall because we don't have a winter. Like it's just like folks in Boston are like, oh God, But we have a lot of summer. So, we have our friends from home base in Boston as well. I think I missed you guys. Sorry about that. But you have Chick-fil-A. I promised Chick-fil-A. So here we are. Okay, let's cover the agenda real quick. I'm not going to go through everything. You have them on your tables here. All kinds of funny colors. Real quick, we'll go through and talk briefly about everything that we're offering. So we're going to have breakout sessions in the first block for special immigrant visas. These are Iraqi and Afghani interpreters who have come to Houston. If you don't know, Houston is one of the largest destinations for our brothers and sisters that serve with us downrange as interpreters, and they don't have as much support as they need. So Crest Clifford and Brian Escobedo and a lot of our partners in the SIV community have put together some really interesting stuff to talk about there. Marketing, Alan Wynn and several of our partners will be talking about how we can continue to highlight all of the successes that you all have and share marketing of events, share marketing of opportunities for veterans to connect, share marketing on new programs and services. That's what this is all about, sharing data, sharing marketing, sharing clients, and sharing best practices so that we can all be continue to be better. Outcome measurements. So Dr. Bora and her team will be talking more about what we're going to be doing in terms of measuring the post-outcome achievement when a veteran gets connected to your programs and services, and how we're going to measure that on a linear way to see how successful they are. And then if they do struggle, then we can redeploy resources to reach back out to those veterans. We'll also have some grant writing from some impact strategy consultants from Mission Allies, and this is all going to be in the first breakout session. Then we're going to come back together for lunch and our keynote speaker. I'll introduce our keynote speaker much more formally later, but just a preview with Jen Silva. She's the Chief Programs Officer at Wounded Warrior Project. Like I know in a while, but she is an incredible leader in this community, and we're really going to share her best practices about and how Wounded Warrior Project has really been one of the great leaders in this space. Then we'll break back out to our collaboration committees. If you haven't joined a collaboration committee yet, pick which one you fancy most, and meet some of the folks. You're really going to enjoy that. Collaboration committee chair people, can you raise your hands? Yeah, Nick. Okay, Crystal, Nick, Cress. Okay, great. Yeah, they're going to be leading. Oh, sorry. Man, I can't see that well. These lights are kind of dim here. So our 4 different collaboration committees in that second block. Our technology town hall, Ray Mendez on our technology team will be answering questions, talking about the launch of mobile applications, talking about some new updates coming through the technology system at Salesforce. Brian Wilson, who we all love, who helped build and design the system, has the flu this week. So we all wish him well, and I think he's just playing hooky, but whatever. We're also the Education Collaboration Committee, led by our 2 co-chairs are from HCC and Texas A&M, so that'll be great to talk about with our amazing institutions of higher education that are here today. And then we'll also talk about computer programming during that block. Okay, last bit before we break out of here is our awards ceremony. I want to bring up or first address or acknowledge and recognize our amazing volunteers of our collaboration committees, who you all just saw raise their hands here a second ago, because of all the great things that they have done. They are leaders within member organizations who have stepped up to volunteer their time, treasure, and talent to essentially lead the collaborative efforts in the different verticals. So we have the Professional Growth Committee, which is all the employment organizations. We have the Wellness Committee, which is focused on mental health and healthcare. We have the Essential Services Committee, which really focus on VA benefits, housing benefits, financial assistance, legal services, the really important social services that some veterans need to get connected to, and then of course the Social Impact Committee, which involves a lot of our community and volunteering opportunities and organizations, which are very well represented here today. And then we'll also recognize our top 4 highest performing organizations. But first off, Brian, can you come on up here to help me with the awards? Right on. Good job, Brian. Woo! Nice.
Alrighty. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're all right. So, ladies and gents, hello everybody. I got a clipboard, so I know what's going on. So, hey everybody. First of all, the first set of awards, like John said, are going to be for the chairs of our committees. They put a lot of hours in to make sure that the committees run So the very first awardee, Nick Bassett. Come on up, buddy. Why don't you do the award? So Nick here is running the Professional Growth Collaboration Committee. He's done an outstanding job. This is for you, buddy, for all your hard work for a whole year. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Crystal. Crystal, are you here?
Come on down. It's like, oh, come on, guys.
So Crystal works in the Essential Services Committee, uniting a lot of the social services in a really intelligent way. Once we found out that single parents were really the most vulnerable demographic, she got on it and started making some awesome strategies. We'll talk more about that today. Crystal, thank you so much. All right. Next up is Van Crest Clifford. Come on up, buddy.
Social impact.
So this is going to be really exciting. We're changing a new direction. We're going to start doing micro impact aside from the major mission volunteer organizations. We're going to start working directly with small impact of one person at a time. Chris, thank you so much. His first name is Van. Oh yeah. And do we have anybody from Lone Survivor Foundation? Jennifer Street is the chairwoman for the Wellness Committee. If we don't, we'll give it to her later. No? Okay. She's out of town, actually on a retreat helping people. So she's not able to make it, but let's give a round of applause for Jennifer Street.
All right. And, so next we want to recognize our top 4 highest performing organizations. This is done based on the data on your response time, the number of outcomes achieved, your participation in collaboration committees, and your overall rating as feedback provided by the veterans and their families that are served by these amazing organizations. So first up, we want to bring up our friends from Hope for the Warriors. All of y'all, come on. And Aaron, I know you're here too, so come on. Hope for the Warriors is Jim, you're probably one of the fastest responders in the system. I think you and Daniel from Workforce Solutions kind of fight over that trophy all the time. But they really have been an outstanding performer in the system, and I just can't say thank you enough to your contributions. Right. And each award comes with $5,000 awarded from our friends at the Houston Endowment, who are investing in our space, investing in our ecosystem, investing in our organization. That is a fancy blue check. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Hope for the Warriors. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much for everything. You're just gonna have to find a big bank to put deposit that into. Okay, the next award is for our friends at Family Services of Greater Houston, or Family Houston, Alicia, Karina, and Tracy. Come on down. A multitude of different programs for local veteran families, including mental health counseling, family counseling, all kinds of amazing stuff. So thank you so much for y'all's participation in the system and for obviously your high performance in the system. Brian, you misspelled family. I'm just kidding.
That was the infantry officer, not me.
Okay, thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate it. The next organization is Next Stop, being one of the fastest, most effective respondents in the system on the employment side. Next Stop, if you guys probably know, is career transition to employment. So the Next Stop team is, thank you guys so much. And here's the giant check that goes into no thanks.
John, I think you need to join for the
All right, next up. And our fourth highest performing organization and final performing organization is, of course, our friends at Wounded Warrior Project. So I'm going to drag all y'all up here. Come on down. Like, big sigh, like, Thank you guys so much for being here as well. And obviously, Wounded Warrior Project receives the bulk of the claims and appeals referrals, as well as all the other amazing programs that you guys are leading on here in Houston. Thank you so much, because a lot of veterans are getting access to their benefits and navigating that complex system successfully because of Wounded Warrior Project and the programs that they have. All right, thank you guys so much. And like I said, Houston Endowment, they couldn't be here today because they have an event as well. But Houston Endowment is the Jesse H. Jones Family Foundation, one of the most storied foundations here in the region in Texas. And they have invested heavily in our ecosystem, particularly as it relates to awarding performance or rewarding performance in the system. So next year, this could be your organization. And then throughout the year, we're going to be doing a performance sub-grants based on performance. We're going to be doing these challenges. So whoever can get the most veterans to care in a month, that kind of thing. So we'll be rolling that out and gamifying your performance or participation in a fun, collaborative, and competitive way. So thank you guys so much for everything you do. Finally, last award. This is the first time we've done this award. And we have a pretty sweet wrestling belt. Yeah. So this is the Community Builder of the Year Award, and we're going to be handing this out every year. You don't have to do any wrestling moves if you get it. But throughout the year, we want to recognize one individual who has really gone above and beyond in their, whether they're full-time work or volunteer or both in this case. So our awardee is a woman veteran who is somebody you probably everybody knows, who has worked on full-time staff in multiple organizations and been a volunteer for multiple organizations, has stepped up to lead our Wellness Collaboration Committee, and is pretty much one of the best, most active leaders in our community. Talisa Keel, get on up here and put on this wrestling belt. Come on. Come on. This is really good. I'm sorry. This thing is gigantic. So hold it up. Yes. 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 Solid gold.
You have to smash
don't go straight on the road.
Like you have to use it.
Put it on. She may fall over.
It doesn't match.
Thank you so
Wow.
much for everything.
Thank you guys.
Absolutely.
No.
Okay, so there's going to be a big competition to get that next year. So start your community building now. So we had a couple folks just join us, our friends at the VA, who we were talking about earlier. Thank you so much for coming, ladies. I saw some other guys jump in here as well. Thank you so much for being here. And with that, let's go ahead and break out to our first group of sessions on the second floor. So if you go out here to the right and go up the stairs or the elevator, we have our SIV group, our outcome measurements group, our marketing group, and our grant writing group. And then we're going to come back here at 11 o'clock, 11:15 for our lunch and keynote speaker. On the main stage here in this room will be Monique from Combined Arms and talking about the suicide studies that we're doing, and Brent as well from Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center on talking about the suicide intervention team. So if you're a part of that, please stay in this room. But thank you guys so much for being here today. It's going to be fun. It's going to be energetic. And we'll see you guys back here in an hour or so. Appreciate it.
See you.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for being here. How's everything going?
Just 17.
Thanks for being here. Did y'all have any trouble getting in?
Spotty right here.
But thank you guys so much for being here. So feel free to engage in multiple groups. Check your stuff out. They can share this over.
Glad I ran into you. I don't know if that was
I think that'd be pretty, even though it's
you're down.
that would be pretty.
Hey, ladies and gents, there is an elevator. If you walk out and turn left, go past the stairs to the left. There are elevators if you want to use those. Also, Mayor Bradford is out there today if you want to get some free nonprofit advice.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, John. Nice to meet you.
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Louise. Hey, Louise, nice to meet you guys. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, we were on the team that reached y'all to. Yes. Oh, Brian Wilson.
Monique's going to send you her flu.
But Ray Mendez is our here. I'll introduce you. Ray, he's our other guy.
Oh, great.
So he can kind of talk through some of the talking. We have a technology presentation later about the normal technology questions too. So, awesome. Yes, sir.
Great.
Take a picture. Oh yeah, absolutely. Here.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
They want to, Ray, I'm going to introduce you to these folks so you can talk about tech.
Sarah, nice to meet you.
So they're from the Rice social, I guess you guys are part of a capstone group that they're going to be working with us throughout the year to really, help us identify some really cool best practices on backbone organizations, but also, the A, B, C, and D that we have that's anecdotal. They're going to be kind of trying to match that to the data and show and what it really shows. So you ask him any tech-related questions you have, and like I said, Brian has the flu. But are you part of any session right now, or are you just okay? Yeah, let's y'all, if y'all want to sit down for a bit and talk a little bit about that, and then participate in whatever you can, and meet whoever you can. And thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, let's schedule it. That sounds great. Yeah, let's try to get it on the book. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, and I'll probably answer it on the book. One of those. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, thank you. Well, it's all because of these folks. So thanks again for being here.
Hi, how are you? No, you're
Recognize you real quick. What's that? So if you guys are staying for the suicide prevention and the suicide study, that'll be led by Monique here in a few minutes. But also, if I can get everyone's attention as well, I just wanted to recognize State Representative Rick Miller, who's here in the gray jacket up front. Representative Miller is one of the leading veteran advocates in the State House and has been one of our greatest champions. So thank you very much, sir, for being here. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Hey, Rick, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Talking about all these. Sure. Very important. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be kicking off with this. Cool. Great. Yeah, exactly. Line got one.
Where do you think we should show?
I guess.
Love the champion.
That would be good. I'm really pleased to show it at work.
Yeah, so if
Might be better for you. Yeah.
So I found it. So, it's good. Tell me.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right? Carbon force, right?
Okay, good.
Okay. It's not right. Yeah. What is, I was like, I got some questions, this and that. He's like, we tried that, it doesn't work. We tried that, it doesn't work. That was very nice. You give us too much credit.
And you wanted in
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a
PDF or
I'm gonna look it up.
So therefore, there's
Otherwise, it is.
I'm Alex. Well, look, nice to meet you. How's everything going?
I'll be in touch.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Last computer this week.
How are you?
Last computer this
Hangs around.
Makes it work. Oh, okay. Did you see that new data?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you again. Hey, I wanted to cross-reference, make sure that we're not topics. I'm just bring down the operation we've got, and there's a challenge, right? And then what are you?
I'm going to talk about
Three big things.
So
You guys are becoming national heroes.
And one of the three things that I'm going to do, the big city and I mentioned that. I'll be very just brief on it, and then I'll also mention that Brett, you're going to dig into that. Okay, yeah, and mine too. Okay. Okay. I just listed it as our accomplishments. I guess maybe you can also emphasize that we're fluent on the
And
Is that the thing in Austin? Are you going to that?
Task Force is the executive order that was signed back in March. For all the major provinces of the federal government to come together to prevent suicide for veterans.
Yes.
She was at that messaging conference. She's a good speaker.
Very ambitious plan.
Talisa gets to work underneath her.
We did, yeah. I'm usually there, well, not as much
And then the next year after that. So,
Oh, I like that they have the sustainability.
Yeah,
It's what we struggle with.
well, and just everything that they were talking about and they were very, very excited. I told them the story about He's going to be in charge of that line. Very cool.
Yeah, you can talk a lot about that, and then I'll just kind of briefly talk about, just kind of go over it, but then you can dig into more of the grander scale. So it's not all overlap. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're taking messages. I don't want these people to sit through two things at the same time, and they're like, what? I just heard this. All right, good.
Plus, you can always adjust accordingly. I do my best work when I'm out of the plan. You know?
Oh, my best,
Good stuff.
my best person is
Me too.
I'm really good on
Good to see you. What are you doing? You're not in the marketing? Upstairs? Is there marketing?
That's
I'm doing this.
I've got my own.
Wait a minute, I thought you would be leading it. That's why I was going to go to it. But then I saw you over here, I'm like, oh, I'm not with it.
But I'll be upstairs.
You should, that's your... So many things to eat. Are you hungry? It's over here.
What food do they
Oh,
have?
fruit.
It's not easy. That comes with its own challenges as well. And for that type of reduction of use or abstinence or harm reduction. Yeah, this was almost especially
So this was actually a mini game.
It occurs to me that they might be able to whatever. And that's actually
What day of the week is that?
right now for the 5-day ICP. Yeah. So it's pretty awesome. That's so
Do like 11:30 to 1.
right. Right.
Anywhere else? Why don't you guys just do something
Yeah, so there's obviously a 2-week cool. 2 weeks. Okay, here's 4 days. So it's like
I might get to
Yeah, they just contributing because it's some other trying to Right, like what? This is awesome.
it's such an opportunity.
You better do something. Everyone says that. Okay, this is really scary. I didn't know that. Is that really? They were kicked out of San Antonio? Oh, that's why it's not fun.
You talked to Ray briefly, but it's Ryan.
One thing is some of the data.
Yeah. How hard can that be? Hard
But I left New York.
I think
You are so right. Don't come out. Don't go that end. I'll go in the summer. I'm looking in June. Beautiful, beautiful.
Monique.
How are you? I used to go every year. We used to be at the medical center in Archton. We were so close.
Yes. Why don't we, are you going to be here later today?
Yeah, I'm going to the I'm gonna be here all day.
Okay, good. Let's cross paths. Yeah, I'm about to jump on. But let's talk more. Engage all of us.
I mean, it's
It requires figuring out how to utilize their students, the needs that they have, and trying to find placement, and being able to connect them to all the different organizations.
and it's also
The idea is to build professionals who want to serve veterans, which is affecting right situation, professional development, even a lower level than that.
Houston and Dallas.
I see it's difficult for students, right? So if we can figure out how to develop create a pipeline. Because I've got internships actively in the program, but it's only for it's my organization, my role. Even like very much network. I'm getting a lot of about your internship and how we can replicate that. But if we can now provide and build a method for levels to start coming into this, so to speak, industry, right? So that we can develop those individuals and have a continuing better. Because it is a unique skill set, right? And that's the cultural right there. The key, all of that. And then, of course, there's some that are very common. And then you've got civilians. I like to so that's kind of the inquiry that I have, more of the conversation that I want to you about.
That'd be great though.
Voting for the party, the guys good. We
So sometimes I post it on LinkedIn. I don't know how you seen it, but I use it. I do it. It all depends. A lot of those positions are in the
Yeah,
so
exactly. We can make that relevant. Being able to increase the scalability of it to other cities as we move forward, because those communities have
So now I'll tell you this, there are organizations that say they have a veteran area that wants to get into public service.
Everything good?
So I know it requires you to have a contract. All I'm saying. So that's, you can try to get a partnership with them, but instead of me saying, yes, part of that, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, more coffee is coming. More coffee is coming.
So, yeah, let's talk more about it. I'm always interested.
yeah, and so, and yeah, Seth Drake is the one that got the name. You should yeah. Because she's also interested more in, like, overall, like,
You know,
so if we can try to sell it, get some buy-in. So I know Shell has
he's awesome, but he's not good at it.
yeah, and so for us, we just wanted to develop that, state out, and then do those relationships, you know, so that it's beyond, for instance, my program and social work, science. So there can be communication, business, like all the different industries or the degrees that would be relevant to this room.
Because I know that some programs are marketing. Whereas it's like experience.
Yeah, so I had my first master level student. And she worked with us a lot on the committee work that we have. She helps us with deep dive stuff and Mayor's Challenge, really that kind of macro social work side of things. And yeah, and so last semester that was the first public health, but she was a bachelor. Really the work that they did was how it applies to fine arts and really just making those connections, right? But yeah, and then ultimately the program has been successful, and so everybody else is like, oh, I want to have that too at my org, right?
We build some sort of process is more convoluted besides your program. Like we have others that can apply, and these are academic. So that way we can get on. That way you can get on that list because they have a list. So they have to pick the top.
I know.
Whoever's on top of that list and move them into their intern program. So we got to but we can definitely talk more about it. Yeah, we definitely try to connect with try to put my family. Especially some of them are paid in service.
Yeah, and I think ours would be a little bit of a mixture depending on the budgets for each of our organizations. If they have the,
So when they also,
because people not even a full pay, but maybe a stipend at least. Those Okay, all right, we'll talk more.
Okay.
It's written in the script.
Started to email your CC on it. Should I CC Mr. Vasquez or just do
to me.
Yeah.
Hey guys, for those of you that are going to be sticking around for my Operation Deep Dive presentation, we'll be kicking off in about a minute or so.
Special operators.
All right, so thank you for those of you that are going to stick around and listen to, I'm going to talk about some of our 2 projects that we have going on over at Convening. So what is Operation Deep Dive? You know, we are a 4-year study. We are partnering with our medical examiners here in Harris County, Galveston, as well as Montgomery County. We're grateful that Galveston County as well as Montgomery County actually are contracted out by other counties. So even though we're only partnering with those 2 counties, they cover down in additional counties so that it really helps streamline the information, the data. We're able to access information. We're also grateful that Texas is an open record state. So what that means is individuals that are deceased do not fall under HIPAA or confidential laws. And so just asking for the information to the right person will allow us to obtain the information we need so that it can be analyzed. This project was initiated by America's Warriors Partnership in collaboration with the University of Alabama, and it's funded by Bristol Myers Squibb Foundation. And what this is really going to do is help us examine the impact of community environments on veterans. And then the results will guide development on evidence-based programming to help reduce suicide and self-harm among veterans. So Operation Deep Dive is the first of its kind. And it really is, once again, you know, looking at the impacts of the community environment. It will also look at the less than honorable discharges of veteran suicides. We're also going to be able to show the difference in suicide rates between those who did or did not receive support from the VA, and then cases of self-harm. So we'll also be looking at high-risk deaths, such as one vehicle accidents, you know, motorcycle accidents, just things that put the veteran at risk. And so it may not have been intentional, but the life that they were leading unfortunately led to their death. And so we also want to look at the circumstances behind that. The program is nationwide with various cities on board. We're grateful to have been selected as one of the cities. As you can see, we've got Orange County, Phoenix, Vegas, the Twin Cities being Minneapolis and St. Paul, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Syracuse, Charlotte, Greenville, Charleston, Atlanta, Pensacola, and Mobile. So there are multiple sites across the country that are working on this initiative and really digging into the data in their local community. A lot of the data that currently exists is nationwide or statewide, but it is not localized. And so this will give us fresh new data specific to our community. We are also the only city of these cities that has, so currently the VA has a partnership with the Harris County Medical Examiner. Combined Arms was able to kind of tap into that pipeline in which right now on a weekly basis, the VA suicide coordinators receive a report from the medical examiner reporting out all of the suicides that occurred in the prior week. The VA then cross-references that information with DOD and VA records to determine was this individual a veteran or not. Then at that point, the VA updates the Harris County Medical Examiner so that the medical examiner can report whether those individuals were veterans or not. The VA then uses that information to be able to engage with the family. The family is then they are interviewed by other individuals outside of the Houston community in what they call a FIT interview process, and really kind of understanding the complexities of the death. Then they also, they just use that data to help improve programming, procedures, processes at the VA. We have been able to tap into that pipeline and also be able to receive a list of the confirmed veteran suicides in the Houston or in Harris County. And so ultimately, once Operation Deep Dive folks learned about this process, they are trying to implement that nationwide with the rest of the cities. And so we have been able to become a model for the rest of the country in developing these partnerships and these various pipelines to access information on a regular basis. We were also the first to create a script. So some of the information that we received from the medical examiner includes the next of kin, the spouse, the mother, the father, whomever is listed, along with the name and a phone number and the type of relationship. Through that, we will be engaging these lists. We've started making calls to these next of kins. Of course, that conversation has to be very delicate and very just compassionate and considerate, because essentially these are cold calls. These people don't know that we're going to be engaging them and, you know, giving them a call about their loved one. The data shows that the time to engage a client or a next of kin following the death is a 3 to 6 month window. And so we have to be timely in our attempt to engage them. And the reason kind of by that time frame is that, you know, the initial shock of the grief stages have passed and they've had time to kind of settle with the news, but at the same time, it's not long enough for them to forget information, or, you know, memories are a little less skewed as time passes. And so during that time frame, we want to engage them and interview them about their loved one and just really get an understanding of what their loved one was like prior to the death, what was going on, were they engaging the VA, were they not, what groups were they affiliated with, and just getting an understanding of their lifestyle at that time. And so we were able, me and my team were able to put together a script that we utilize when we're calling these families for the first time and engaging them. I'm grateful that many of our families are very receptive and are, you know, it's a very emotional call, but at the same time, they're grateful to receive the call and are willing to share their story. And really, you know, we emphasize, look, your interview will help, you know, future programs, policies, and procedures. And we just want to understand that so we can make things better and prevent this from happening. And many of them have been very much, okay, I want to do this. And it is, you know, there is a tool that has been developed by University of Alabama to conduct these interviews, and it does finalize with plenty of resources for these family members. The other unique piece with the interviews is that we are going to start with the next of kin, and at the end of that interview, we'll be asking who else was close to this veteran, because essentially we want to get 3 to 4 people that were closely, had a close relationship with the veteran, so that we can get multiple perspectives for one veteran. So mom is going to say something very different than spouse versus brother, and really understanding that holistic picture of how this veteran lived, how they were functioning prior to their death. Let's see here. And then we're also fortunate that the other piece that we have been able to work with the University of Alabama and AWP on is their willingness to be flexible. When we accepted the the opportunity to participate in this program, they wanted us to have separate meetings and this completely be a siloed project. But for us, there were already so many existing committee meetings happening. There was already a very connected tissue in the veteran space, not just in the suicide space, but just overall, and resources and support and information. And we really did not want to add another meeting to people's schedules, and it essentially was going to be a lot of the same people already meeting about another topic. And so we have been fortunate to also, we inquired, hey, can we just combine this with existing committee meetings and the existing infrastructure that we have here in Houston? We're grateful that they were flexible and said yes. And then that essentially has also become a national model for the rest of the cities, where the other cities are encouraged, tap into the existing resources, the existing meetings, and so to help reduce some of the just duplication of meetings. And then, we don't really need another meeting sometimes to talk about this one specific thing. It can just be added to the agenda so that we're not overwhelming people in their time and their resources. So the scope of this project, like I talked about, it is the qualitative interviews through the use of the suicide death. But prior to that, we are currently analyzing the information from the medical examiners that we're receiving. We have received the information from Harris County and Galveston in the last 4 years of all high-risk deaths and suicides. And it's a common, some are identifying all of the veterans, some of them are not. And so it's just kind of combing through that and analyzing that information. We are still working with Montgomery County to receive their information, just as a lot of government institutions, staffing change, shortage of staff, and so it's just taken them a little bit longer, but they are actively working on our request for information. But the other piece to it is the community action team. This was another area, kind of like what I talked about, that we have been able to change a little bit. Initially, that was supposed to be another committee meeting with a lot of the same players. We have changed it in the Houston area to really focus on the veterans' perspective and really reaching out to veterans specifically and not necessarily the professionals that work in this space, to help educate them about the project, but also how they can play a role in the prevention of suicides in their community and the peers that they engage with on a daily basis. And so we've been making our rounds across different counties. We've done 2 in Harris County. We've done 1 in Montgomery County. We will be doing 1 in Fort Bend and Galveston by the end of the year. And really just bringing those veteran community members to the table, making them aware about the project and ways that they can engage and, help prevent suicide. So this is me and Katie. Katie is our research assistant that we have been able to hire on a part-time basis, who really leads a lot of the data collection and really just gathering the information, and I support her in trying to get whatever other information she needs. She's been a huge asset to this project. She is also, she's normally a researcher out of U of H for HIV community work. So she was a lot of her skills are very transferable into the veteran suicide space. So that kind of leads me to the Mayor's Challenge, and I only have a couple of slides on this, but the Mayor's Challenge was created in March of 2018. Our city was asked by the VA and SAMHSA to participate in this project and really creating an action plan for Houston of how to change policies and procedures so that things were just easier to access, the flow and the function of how all of the different organizations were working together. This has been a partnership between the Houston VA, Combined Arms, the Harris Center, the City of Houston, the Houston Police Department, the Fire Department, Health and Human Services, the Council on Recovery, and there are other partners at play as well. And we really all just looked internally, what can we change within our systems to make things better? And then slowly we have worked outward and really building those partnerships. We meet monthly. It's either a 3-hour meeting or a 2-day meeting since March of 2018. So there's a lot of extensive work and time that is placed into these meetings. So this isn't just some flyby project that we've been working on. We've really invested a lot of time in this. Some of the accomplishments, and I know Brent is following me in a few minutes, that we've been able to achieve in that time, and he's going to dig into that a little bit further, but really the MOUs. The MOUs and being able to share information between organization to organization, including the VA, which you all know is very bureaucratic and a beast of an organization about sharing information and collaborating. These MOUs have been signed, so now we can much more easily share information and coordinate care when we do have that veteran that is in crisis. It has happened. I've been able to pick up the phone, give Harris Center a call, because we also have an MOU with them, and say, hey, this is what's going on. I've got this veteran out here. I need you to dispatch a team because I'm really concerned about them. And then it even rolled into the VA, trying to confirm whether this veteran had access to VA care. They did not. And so it was just really allows us to flow and work together so much easier, and we're not held back by different policies that really restrict us from doing that. Houston Police Department, Houston Fire Department have also changed their mechanisms for obtaining information and being able to track information, which will then allow our partners to engage those individuals who are displaying suicidal behavior. Combined Arms has become a gun distribution location, and there are other cities or other locations throughout the city. There are gun distribution sites really trying to reduce the number of suicides in our community by just creating an additional barrier and buying additional time because a gun lock is secured on a weapon. And so really, finally, the projects and how these two connect. So the two projects, while they are completely separate projects, we're grateful that Combined Arms had the opportunity to participate in these two projects. And because we are partnered in both separate projects, we're able to bring them together in the sense that Operation Deep Dive will really, by the end of it, we'll have some recommendations and some new learned data, like things that we just did not know about our specific community. And then we will be able to roll that and feed that into the Mayor's Challenge, because the Mayor's Challenge will be able to act upon that data and change process, procedures, and just policies across the city based on these recommendations that Operation Deep Dive had. A lot of the challenges with research studies is they find out the data, but then implementing those recommendations tends to be very difficult. And because we are partnered on both projects, we're able to bring that together. And that's that. Thank you all for your time. Do you all have any specific questions at this time? Yeah, go ahead.
Could you elaborate on what you meant by gun distribution centers?
Yeah, so the VA, Brent here, they have cases and cases of locks. And so we're able to obtain them from them. And if you want to become one, I'm sure you can coordinate with Brent, and he'll be able to update you on how you can access some of these cases. And even just going to pick them up at the VA. They're really, really heavy, so you want to take a little cart with you. And then we just have them available in our cafe. And then I just typically write free gun locks on the box, and then people just pick them up and take them. So yeah, if you want to coordinate with Brent, I'm sure he'd be happy to give you some gun locks. He has infinite amounts of gun locks available, and we really want to get them out into the community to ensure safety for everybody. Any other questions?
I've got a couple.
Sure.
So Is this Operation Deep Dive also pulling statistics from civilian, military, and as well as veterans?
Right now, it's veterans, and then service members. It just depends on how the data, we're able to obtain the data from the medical examiners. Not only are we able to utilize the VA to cross-reference some of that information, but we are also tapping into DoD to check out, so Coast Guard falls under Homeland Security, so they're under like a different database, and so on the national scale, there are scanning that, but for civilians, no. The idea is to understand the complexity of the veteran and the service member's death and how that will roll into the family members. But really the focus is identifying those veteran and service member deaths. And then through those interviews, we can also understand the family's perspective and seeing how we can also protect the family from essentially also them, because the risk of suicide within the family increases substantially. And so that will also be part of the interview process, but not directly through the data that we receive from the medical examiner.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking if you stovepipe the data with just veterans, I mean, there's
Right, there's other people that we need to protect, right?
Well, there's information out there with regarding suicide overall,
Right.
suicide in the military, that you can kind of cross-pollinate and see some affinity lines there. And you said Montgomery County is participating also? Yes,
they are. They've been the last one. We haven't received the data yet, but we've been in communication with them frequently.
Who's doing that?
It's a woman named, I don't know her last name, I know her first name's Nicole. I can get you that information.
Is it also the coroner's office?
Yes, or it's the medical examiner, but yes.
Right, so they work for Judge Mack?
I'm not sure the hierarchy.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah.
And then when we do interview the families, that's an opportunity to get them incorporated in some kind of support group also. Let them know the resources.
Right, and that'll be probably come out through the recommendations, and then, like I said, the Mayor's Challenge can try to figure out how can we incorporate these recommendations and put them into action, and then we can invite different organizations to potentially begin programming because we can say, this is the data that shows us that this type of need is essential for this community.
And then
hey, I'm terribly sorry, but we have to go on, all speakers are going to go to the back for continued questions. So Monique, we have to move on. I'm terribly sorry.
Okay, sorry guys.
We're
Very thoughtful questions, and General, we can definitely talk offline more specifically.
I'm so sorry. We had to move on.
All right, and then I will be around all day, so if you have any other questions, you can speak to me offline, and then my contact information was up there, but feel free to engage with me. Sorry, Brent, I tapped into your time a little bit.
All right,
thank you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so every presenter, after they're done, there is a white table here in the center that's empty. That's where each presenter will stay for about 15 minutes after each presentation to continue to have a dialogue for anybody that has additional questions. So sorry, I'm the person with the cane pulling people on stage. I'm so sorry. All right, so next presenter is going to be Brent Arnspiger from the VA. And Brent is, I've actually personally worked with that office for a long time. He's with the Suicide Intervention and Prevention team at the VA. They do amazing work. I mean, this is like the front lines of what we all hope. I mean, the most heroic stuff the VA does, in my opinion. So we really appreciate Brent. Come on up, please. And the floor is yours, my man.
Good morning. My name is Brent Arnspiger. Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Very few do. I'm a suicide prevention coordinator and a social worker. I've worked for the VA for almost 20 years, and I've been a suicide prevention coordinator for more than 11. So we're going to talk briefly about some national data, veteran-specific data. We're going to review a public health approach, which is the Mayor's Challenge. That's where that comes from. Real quickly about the Mayor's Challenge and the Governor's Challenges that we're doing. Talk about the way that we're collaborating with the VA, the Harris Center, and some other different entities. And then we're going to talk about Operation SAVE, which is our main program for showing people what to do if they come across somebody who may be at risk for suicide. So the data that we have, there's usually a couple year lag behind the data that we're able to pull together at the national level. So in 2017, there were more than 41,000 suicides in the United States. There there were 19,500 homicides. So you can see there's more than double the number of suicides than there are homicides. If you want a better picture, you can get that screen right there. It's cut off at the bottom of here, that's why I'm saying that. All right, so suicide is the 10th leading cause of death, homicide is 15th. So people are much more likely to die from suicide than homicide. Everybody get the numbers? There's some writing. All right, all right. We know that men take their lives at 3.5 times the rate of women. That's because they tend to do things that are more lethal, like using a firearm. Women are 3 times more likely to attempt suicide than men. They do things typically that have less of a lethality than guns. Guns have an 85% fatality rate. And if you add up every kind of other way that people kill themselves, they don't come near close to how firearms with 85%. For ages 15 through 24 and 25 through 34, it's the 2nd leading cause of death. And for persons aged 65 years of age or older, they have the highest rates of any group. So if you think about the veteran population, so if you think about the ones that served in Iraq and Afghanistan, they tend to be younger. They have higher risk factors just because of their age. And then our Vietnam vets and others are getting up into older ages. They have higher rates because of their age. So this is the common methods that people use to die by suicide. In the United States, it's 51% with firearms. In the veteran population, it's 70%. Why do you think veterans tend to use firearms more than the civilians? Accessibility? What else?
Familiarity.
Familiarity? Yes. It's really the training that they've received, and they tend to own firearms. So they tend to own them, so that makes access much more likely. There's a lot of information up here. So we know that veterans are more likely to die than civilians. They're 18% of the suicides in the United States, but they're 8.5% of the population. We know that there are 20.6 suicides per day in the United States. Something you may not realize is that actually includes active duty. It includes National Guard and Reserve units. So of that 20.6, 4 are active duty, National Guard, or Reserves. Of the 20.6, about 6 of those come to the VA. So you'll see that 70% of the people who are dying that have served in the military have never come to the VA, do not receive services at the VA. So if we're going to do something about veteran suicide, we have to get outside the VA and get out into the communities. So that's where the mayor's challenge and the governor's challenge and all these different community efforts become really important. In 2014, 65% of the veterans who died by suicide were 50 years of age or older. So you can see that 2/3 are 50 or older. So that's definitely a population that we need to work with. Population. The number of suicides and the rate per 100,000. So, and it's by age. So you'll see that for the age, which is the number that's on the left, the greatest number of veterans who are dying by suicide are in the older age group, which is in the middle, the 60 plus. But if you look at the rate per 100,000, that means of how many people, if you have 100,000 people, how many of them are doing certain things. So the rate of 100,000 for the younger veterans is the highest of any group. So now the greatest number are older than 60, but the highest rate are for the younger veterans, and they included a 20-year period that's 18 to 39. So those are the 2 groups that we need to really look at. This is very interesting. So this is the number of the time passed leaving the military and when they're more likely to die by suicide. So you can see from the very beginning, it's a very high number. And I'll talk more specific about those. But at 25 years, it peaks. So, and the unfortunate thing is I don't have the data that tells me like why these things are. So it just gives us an idea of like, this is an area that we need to look at. So if you think about like our newer veterans that are coming out of the military, they have very high rates of suicide. So what happened while they were in the military, when they left the military? What happened immediately after they left the military? Those are all things that we need to look at. For veterans that have been out of the military for 25 years, it peaks again. So what's happened since they've left the military around that time? Could it be that they've had so many difficulties for such a long time? They have lots of relationship problems, income, housing. There's all these different things that may fall into there. And these are areas that we need to look at. So this is the first 90 days leaving the military. And you'll see all the way to the left, it's the highest risk period is the first 24 hours that they leave the military. So 50% of the veterans who die by suicide in the first year, those occur within the first 90 days of discharge. So that's, and of those 90, most of them occur within the first 17 days. 10% of those suicides in the 90 days occur within 24 hours. So this is an area that we absolutely need to target. We need to look at like what's happening when somebody's leaving the military. What do we need to ensure is occurring that can help prevent this? One of the things that the VA is doing is working very closely with the DoD, and we're working on a system that we can get veterans or active duty military connected with their local VA before they even leave the military. So it's one of the projects that Prevents Task Force, and I'll talk more about them. It's one of the things that they're looking at. And it's critical that we get people connected immediately, even before they leave the military. So the proportion of deaths of veterans who've left the military, the highest peak is 25 years after they leave the military at 3.6% of the suicides, but it's very similar for the first year, 3.21. So those are very, very close numbers. The number of deaths in the first year are the highest the first 90 days, and of those, it is 43% occur within the first 90 days. And of those, 10% occur within the first day, and 50% by day 17. So, what are we trying to do about it? So the VA, for several years now, we've been doing different projects where we're getting out into the community, and we're doing different projects because 2/3 of the veterans who are dying by suicide don't come to the VA. The only way that we can have an impact on that is to get out into the community where the veterans are living. And since we don't have contact with them, we can't help them if we don't have contact with them. So we need to work with the people in the communities who are having contact with them. What can we do to make sure that the veterans are getting what they need? So this is the CDC model for a public health approach. And you can see there's different parts of it. So there's like a population approach. These are things that you do for everybody in the whole population. There's things that you do for primary prevention, focusing on specific groups. Then there's things that you do for commitment to science. So like what works? How do you know it works? We have to have evidence behind what we're doing to know that it works. Because you may actually make things worse if you don't have the right information. And then we're doing a multidisciplinary strategy. So we're using like different disciplines, different organizations, different community projects, different things that we're pulling together to try to get and see what we can do to prevent suicide. So Monique mentioned the Mayor's Challenge. So we started that about a year and a half ago. We do meet monthly. There's multiple things we've done in this action plan. The three most important things I want to talk about today are these three things on the board. So the memorandum of understanding that we did between the Harris Center and the VA. So what that does is allows us to give a warm handoff to the Harris Center, and for the Harris Center to contact us and give us a warm handoff. So when a veteran comes to the VA and they're found to not be eligible for VA services, in the past, all we could do is give them a phone number. How likely is it that they're going to actually call that phone number? Very unlikely. So what we can do now is we actually call the Harris Center. They will send it to their mobile crisis team. They contact that person within hours, and at the most 24 hours. They actually go out to them, no matter where they are. If they're under a bridge somewhere, if we know where that is, they will go there. They assess them and they work on getting them connected to services. We've done more than 60 referrals to the Harris Center in the past year. And they have sent several veterans back to us, people that were actually eligible for VA services. Why that's important is we can get people connected to services immediately. There's no delay in care. If you come to the VA, we can see you today. Same thing with the Harris Center, they will see them that day. So it's very, very critical for what we're trying to do. And we're expanding that. So we're doing things like we have the combined arms MOU. We have different things with the police department, the fire department, Easter seals. Like we're doing these different ones throughout the entire community. We're actually working with Memorial Hermann Hospital right now of how we can work on coordinating care between our two major hospital systems. And that's been actually really successful. We had a very serious case the other day that they were able to hand off to us, and we made sure he got brought over to the VA, and he's in care right now. Monique mentioned about the police department and the fire department. So in the past, you would have had to read every single police report and fire department report to see which one of those were related to suicide behaviors. So they have changed their reporting system. The officer in the field can click a button and it goes there. If the person has served in the military, they can click a button. So all of those referrals are being sent over to the Harris Center. So that's really important. We've got a way to identify people who have high-risk behaviors, and now we have a system for how we make sure that they get connected to services. So the Harris Center will triage those. They will do their best to contact the people that are in those reports about suicidal behaviors. We're working on exactly how that system is going to work and the data that we're getting. There's some things that we need to modify about that. We were talking about that yesterday, and it's a great start. So who's familiar with the Prevents Task Force? Okay. So the Prevents Task Force was a presidential order or executive order back in March, and it is where all the different agencies, these major agencies from the federal government, are working together to come up with a plan of how we can prevent suicide. So it's the VA, Department of Homeland Security, which covers the Coast Guard, the DoD, I forget all the different agencies, SAMHSA, which is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Agency, like all these different agencies. Well, the leadership for that Prevents Task Force came to Austin this week, and we met with them, and I got to talk to them about all the things we're doing here in Houston. These three things that you see here, we did with no money. It didn't cost any extra money to do these. That's really important because the mayor's challenge and the governor's challenges didn't come with any money. So everything that we've been able to do with those is actually been able to be smart about the things that we already have. And I talked about the system that we have, and they're actually very interested in looking at this for a national model. So it's very exciting that the things that we've been working on here in Houston are things that actually we don't know of anybody else in the country who's doing this. The SAMHSA person was there. He didn't know of anybody that was doing exactly what we're doing in all the different ways. And they're very interested in how we can make this a national model. So they have 6 months to get their report together for the president. And then the next year after that will be implementation. And then the year after that will be sustainability. So it's very exciting what they're doing. This is not only going to affect suicide for veterans and service members and their families, this will affect the entire population. The thing we're doing where we're handing off those referrals to the Harris Center from the police department and fire department, that's for everybody who lives in the city of Houston. Anytime the police or the fire department are called out in the city of Houston, so that includes veteran service members and their families, but it's everybody. This will prevent suicides. We know it will. The highest risk factor for a future suicide death is a recent suicide attempt. So we've identified the biggest risk factor and a way to get them into care. It's amazing. I never even imagined we'd be able to do this with what we've been doing. And it's very exciting. Any questions about any of that before I tell you a couple of good success stories? Okay. So there is a veteran that several of us know quite well from different agencies. He happened to call Monique one day. He was obviously in a mental health crisis. They did a welfare check. The people that are involved in the welfare check include the Harris Center staff. They contacted me to find out if the veteran comes to the VA, is he eligible for VA services. I know him very well. We talk to him multiple times every single day. He is not eligible for VA services, unfortunately, but he does have a private doctor. He has a private team, and we know who they are. So the Harris Center called me. I was able to look up the name of his doctor, the phone number to his doctor, and the hospital that he normally goes to. They were able to immediately respond to him and get him into the care and what he needed as quickly as possible. If he had been brought to the VA, Nobody at the VA knew him. We could take care of him, but the people who knew him best would not even know he was there. We were able to get him to the people who knew him best. I spoke to him yesterday. He's actually doing very well. Very excited about that. So another success story, we've had many, I'm just going to tell you the two. We had a female veteran that was currently not eligible for VA services. We were able to hand her off to the Harris Center. They started services immediately. And in the meantime, she applied for service connection at the VA. Once she got service connection, they were able to hand her back to us. So there was no delay in her care. We were able to get her into services immediately. And she did need to be seen immediately. So it's a great thing that we're doing with this. These are the kind of things that we will be able to prevent suicide, make sure that people get the care that they need as quickly as possible with the agencies that are available to do that. So I did mention the governor's challenge. So the things we're doing at the mayor's level, we're actually expanding up into the state level. And there's all these different departments from the state of Texas, different organizations, the different VAs throughout the state. The local mental health authorities throughout the entire state, and they are actually interested in expanding the MOU that we've done with the VA and our local mental health authority to the statewide to cover all 254 counties. That will be a lot of work. Need some extra time for this. All right, so we're doing those different things at the state level, and now we're working with the prevents people that'll actually expand some of this stuff to the national level. It's all very exciting. I have 10 years to retire. I've got 10 years to change the world, and then I'm retiring. Then I'll be done. And I cannot do it without Monique and everybody else has been doing this. It's just phenomenal doing this. The things about the mayor's challenge, the governor's challenge, all these things, is bringing entities together who don't normally sit together at the same table and have a chance to talk about what we do and how can we do it better. And that's what this has done. It's given us that opportunity. And we've actually done some things that are really phenomenal. Hold on, I just turned off my clicker. There we go. All right. So Operation SAVE is our basic training for what to do if you come across somebody who is suicidal, or you may be, or maybe worried about them. So there's 4 parts to it. S is for signs of suicidal thinking. A is ask questions. B is validate the veteran's experience. And E is encourage treatment and expedite getting help. And I'll go through those real briefly. How are we doing on time? 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, good. So be quick. So the number one thing that you want to do, if you have somebody who's talking about hurting themselves, they're thinking about it, they're posting things on Facebook, they're doing different things like looking for weapons, they're doing different things that really are indications that they may be imminently going to hurt themselves or die by suicide, you want to do something right away. Call 911, call the National Crisis Hotline, phone numbers at the bottom of the slide. You want to make sure that you get them connected. You don't want to leave them alone. You want to make sure that they get the services they need immediately. And if they need the police to come out, if they've hurt themselves or done something to injure themselves, you want to call 911 immediately so EMS and the police can come out. These are other things to look for. So the thing about suicide, it's typically not just one thing. It tends to be a perfect storm. So it could be like all these different things are going on. Relationship problems, they're having lots of anxiety, depression, PTSD, substance abuse is a big one. All these things coming together. So if they're like having economic problems, they've lost their job, they've lost their house, they're having relationship problems, substance abuse, depression, all those things are a very bad combination. So when you see those kind of things, you want to ask how the person is doing. Are you thinking about killing yourself? And making sure that if they do answer that question, then they say yes, you want to know what to do. So when you're talking to somebody, it's really important that you try to remain calm. And that's why we give training so people know what to do. People don't ask questions if they don't want to hear the answer. So if you know what to do, if somebody says yes to that question, you're more likely to ask that question. And then when you're talking to somebody, if they pick up that you're uncomfortable talking about it, they may not want to talk about it. They don't want to distress you too. So you've got to be comfortable with this, and that's why we train people what to do. You do want to validate what the person is going through. It's really important to let them know that they're not alone, that you're there to help them. There are services available. There's services available 24 hours a day at every hospital throughout the country. At our VA and on all VAs, we have mental health coverage 24 hours a day. So if they come to our emergency room, there's somebody there who can assess them and figure out what to do for them. And that's true for every VA throughout the country. All right, your safety is very important. If they have a weapon or they're doing something that puts you in danger, you want to get out of there and call 911. If they've done something to hurt themselves, if they've taken some pills, cut themselves, different things like that, you want to call 911. And of course, we have the Veterans Crisis Line. That number is good for anybody. It's not just for veterans. It existed before the VA partnered with it. But if you call that number, it will say press 1. That number is so busy that we now have 3 call centers. And in the past 12 years, we've had almost 4 million phone calls. We're averaging 2,000 phone calls a day. So we have 3 different call centers around the country. We do have some backup centers just in case they do get overwhelmed. We had some problems in the past that were getting too many calls and they couldn't handle it, so we had all these backup centers. But now with 3 call centers, that rarely happens. In fact, they purposely roll some over to the backup centers just so that they stay in practice, so they know what to do. It's very smart. There's also a texting and a chat, which are right there. So if you want to do a chat, you're going to do veteranscrisisline.net, and they can go into the chat room and talk with the responders and the people there. And then there's a text system, so 838-255, so they can text on their phone. You know, young people don't like to call, so having a text system is really important. It gives them a chance to talk in a way that they're more comfortable. I think I did it. Any questions about anything that I've talked about before I step down, and I can answer more questions in the back. Yes, sir.
I have one. What's the resistance to signing folks up in the military before they've actually transitioned out? I mean, all by mandatory by Congress that they have the transition program. Every member of the military, no matter what rank, has to go through it. Why don't we sign folks up with the VA?
It's a great question. What I would like to see happen is that before somebody leaves the military, because we know generally when they're leaving, have them register with their local VA, and better yet, have an appointment scheduled for them. But the way that the laws are written, it's considered double dipping. So they cannot actually register and enroll for services until after they have left the VA. They're actually working on this. They actually know this is a problem. Working on this at the national level. So it's absolutely critical. The numbers that I showed you, it's critical that people you connect to the services before they leave the military.
So you didn't show numbers of how few transition in the military actually sign up for the VA.
I wouldn't actually have those numbers because I would have to get the data like nationally.
Right. It's in the 40%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's getting a little bit better, but it's like, come on.
Right, and what's really critical about that is if you serve in Iraq or Afghanistan, you can come to the VA for free healthcare. But after the 5 years, we have to look at your income. And one of the eligibility requirements is if you make too much money, you would not be eligible for VA services. If we can get you in those first five years, I've never heard of anybody being turned away after the 5 years.
Plus the disability.
Plus, if you can apply for disability and all that other stuff, absolutely.
Okay.
But you can apply for disability anytime. But it's really critical to get in within that first 5 years. All right, well, thank you all very much. Have a great meeting.
I'll give that to you. You're at the table.
All right, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for that informative brief. I know it's something that we're all very concerned in improving over time, and I'm hopeful that we can see the data that shows that we are improving over time. But thank you both very much for that. That was awesome. 10 years is a long time, but I think we can do it. We probably, I think we can get there. If you guys are just now rejoining us, we're waiting for the other sessions to close out and come back together for lunch. So it looks like our friends over here at Phoenicia are setting up lunch right now. So once they get done with that, we'll have everybody roll through. If you haven't had Phoenicia before, it's like Mediterranean delicious food. It's like Whole Foods with Mediterranean twist, which is awesome. And once they get set up, but feel free to network, grab some coffee, grab some water. We're going to grab some lunch and then get on to our keynote speaker here after that. So thank you guys for participating in the session. So but come on in and hang out.
No, that's a good point, though.
Where's the camera? It is my picture.
Okay, welcome back. If you're coming in from upstairs, I hope your sessions were amazing. Food, this way, on the right, or your right, my left. Y'all grab some food. We've got some phenomenal grub. Is it too loud, Damien? Or, sorry.
You're very,
too much coffee?
You're very excited.
Tone it down, take it down enough. If you guys want some food, then it's going to be... No, but everybody help yourselves. Grab a bite to eat, grab more coffee, grab some water, grab some orange juice. It's all healthy for you-ish. But we're going to come back together here in a few minutes and listen to our amazing keynote speaker that I'll introduce here shortly. But grab some food.
I know this is a big class, so how many referrals do you use lead with the seat? You don't have to get me. That's a big question. Actually, that's great.
Good morning.
Especially from like relationship. Well, it's getting. So, from what we like even there's like no consensus with the language. So if we create like talk about a lack of consensus with definition clearly. Yeah, but if you create something relatively comprehensive, it's just fair. Yeah. I'm not even necessarily so it could be suicide or like death service. Honestly, if it was like they would look at it's I do. I do
And I hope the session. I hope that you got a lot out of it. I'm glad.
Insight into their programs.
Oh, well, so she doesn't get as money. We got.
All right, man. I'm out of here.
Are you up?
Yeah, I'm out. I got meetings.
Okay.
I know. See you, bro. Yeah, I'm out.
Especially like maybe,
But, so, very serious.
so they're like, all the kind of histories so they're restoring their news era. And we'll see how those
It wasn't, it's not, it's very,
So it's reading, but yeah, we're
No, I really didn't.
Hopefully it's good.
they're actually pretty big. And so I think that's what I'm getting at, because I do.
Hi. Great. How are you?
And the George W. Bush Center. Sweet, and I kept saying, you have to get together with So I kept saying,
Are you the right?
Yeah, well. Oh, I like you serve their plates for them. Look at the table. That's spilling all over everybody.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. If you can, please start making your way to your seats. We're going to go ahead and get started in just a few minutes. You'll get your seconds, your thirds, your fourths, and there's water, there's new coffee in the back, and orange juice as well. Help yourselves.
So thank you. I'll let this look. Good. We got plenty of it. Okay.
All right, I hope everyone's gotten some food. If you guys are still up and about networking, that's amazing. That's what this whole event is for, is to create those intentional collisions, as we just were discussing with our friends at Endeavors. So welcome our friends from Endeavors from San Antonio. Welcome Joan Newhouse from Farish Fund, one of our greatest supporters and partners from the very beginning, just like Wounded Warrior Project and several of the other great investors, and Bob Woodruff Foundation too. Houston Food Bank is here, Nicole, one of our great partners. Food insecurity is such a critical issue and need for all Houstonians, but approximately 48,000 veterans access their services every year. And with any luck, we can decrease that number dramatically by connecting them to other social services to prevent further food insecurity. With that, thank you all very much for grabbing food. Grab some coffee, grab some water, and we'd like to bring up our keynote speakers. So Jen Silva is the Chief Programs Officer for Wounded Warrior Project. As I mentioned earlier, one of our first and incredible partners and seed investors in the Combined Arms system. Jen's been with the organization since 2008, and I believe when I was at Wounded Warrior Project, she was the program metrics guru who ran what Wounded Warrior Project and all of us now do. But in many ways, Jen is an incredible leader in the field, not only as a program manager and program director, but also as a thought leader. She's a West Point graduate, so my Navy Marine Corps friends be very nice because the Army Navy Game's coming up in a couple of months. That's a very sore spot for the Naval Academy Alumni Association out here. But without further ado, thank you so much, Jen, for coming and being part of this. And Jen Silva.
All right, well, thanks for having me today. I'm very excited to be here. And what an impactful day to come together and focus on the brave men and women who sacrifice so much for all of us in service to our country. This great city of Houston, I'm very excited about. I visit a lot. We have offices in a lot of cities, and I will say Houston is unique. I know you all know that. John's been telling me that ad nauseum for a while, but anyway, he's a great advocate for all of you. But it is true. There's some magic sauce here in Houston. I'm really proud that Wounded Warrior Project is part of that at whatever level. So it's exciting for me. And then on behalf of Wounded Warrior Project, I'd like to begin by thanking Combined Arms and specifically John and his whole team for your leadership, your passion, and how you serve the city of Houston and the whole state of Texas. So thank you for that. And the mission of Combined Arms fits really nicely. Well, it highlights unity and impact, and that fits really nicely within our mission at Wounded Warrior Project to honor and empower wounded warriors. Both of our missions, as well as others in this room, we feel great responsibility and dedication towards our mission, and everything that we do as a group at Wounded Warrior Project is fully aligned with that mission in the efforts to really empower this generation of wounded, injured, or ill veterans. So I believe as a country, we owe our freedoms and our way of life to those that have served, will serve, and are currently serving. And In 2003, when Wounded Warrior Project started, a group of friends saw the impact and the injured coming off the battlefields in Iraq and Afghanistan, and made a solemn promise to each other to ensure that those wounded and injured would not have their journey alone. And so we started then, and we were at the bedside with them both in the United States and also in Germany, and we were at the bedside. But we, of course, have grown in terms of our mission to more longitudinal care, not the emergent. And part of that are things like we're talking about today with employment and suicide rates and those types of things. But back then in 2003, we made that decision because we knew that the journey that they would face might be filled with some fear, with some pain, with some uncertainty about what lied ahead. And so we made sure that Wounded Warrior Project could be a conduit for what we thought the American people would be very passionate about, which is being part of that supportive network for veterans coming home. And we've been very proud to be part of that, an extension of the passion of the American people. So we've all heard that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. And it's our goal today and every day moving forward that we are there with them. Since I joined the team at Wounded Warrior Project in 2008, I've been very blessed and privileged to see our warriors and their family members reach some amazing milestones in their empowerment journey through recovery. And it's been not without some struggles, and anybody who's in this business knows that, but we really feel that the dialogue is changing from, rightfully so, there's some struggles, but also that empowerment piece is a really critical story for this generation. And I think Wounded Warrior Project focuses on that. And how we do that is working with organizations in cities like you all. What I do think, though, as a collective network of support and resources, we need to focus on three key things to meet these ever-evolving and ever-growing needs for these veterans. Not surprisingly, John, one of them's data, but collaboration with each other, innovation, and data-driven decision-making and data-driven impact. So with collaboration, it amplifies our individual efforts. We realized early on, no surprise, Wounded Warrior Project is big, but we know we can't do it alone. And there are lots of amazing organizations, but we're only as amazing as our collaboration in our whole network for warriors. None of us can do this alone, whether we are focusing on jobs, whether we're focusing on physical health, mental health, we just really can't do it alone. And so we believe strongly in that. And so the vision to evolve and improve the landscape of our veteran community lives within our ability to create those bridges amongst groups and cities, et cetera, and communities. So we have to focus on collaboration and partnerships, harnessing our collective potential, as well as seeking out other organizations to act as force multipliers. And I think that's really important for us all to realize. It's been a message at Wounded Warrior Project for many years. I wanted to read you something that's very meaningful to us at Wounded Warrior Project in terms of our approach to collaboration and to how we do business. So the message is this, what we said to Wounded Warrior Project teammates. Our competition is not other VSOs, not other nonprofits, a bad economy, apathy, disinterest, or public fatigue. We are in competition with human suffering as it manifests through our warriors and their families. We are in competition with physical health and wellness limitations, the effects of emotional and spiritual wounds, and the obstacles our warriors face as they attempt to secure education, employment, and economic success. Our competitions are the obstacles that stand in the way of making this the most successful generation of wounded service members in our nation's history. Finally, our competition lies within us as well. We must compete with ourselves and unlock the potential that we all have for greatness. You owe it to yourself, to your teammates, and more importantly, to our warriors to achieve greatness. It is your right and responsibility to achieve, to succeed, and to be great, especially while you are in service to a cause, that is greater than yourself. So that's something that we delivered a while ago that resonates with us because we really don't feel the competition, like as a group, we should not feel that the competition is each other. We interact with the same donors, the same funders, the same communities, but our competition is really the biggest problems that we're all trying to solve. And what I think is really neat is whatever position you're in this room or back home, whether you're a program provider, a funder, a resource provider, you have the power to fuel collaboration. You can create it by building programs that build bridges between organizations. You can fund it by incorporating it into what you expect from organizations. And then you can expand it by integrating with like-minded businesses, groups, or other entities. When collaboration is built into our foundational principles, we are able to harness the collective potential of our great organizations around the country, in our cities, and all to meet our veterans' needs. The second key component that I think is very important is innovation. At the Wounded Warrior Project, it's a core value. It might be in some of your organizations as well, but we take it to heart. Innovation means having the courage to challenge the status quo and to passionately debate how you serve and how you program and how you deliver those programs. It means that nothing's sacred except for our mission. A program's not sacred. Our services, our model of business, nothing is sacred. It has to be proactive and reactive to the greatest challenges and the greatest needs. We must always, as a group, in my opinion, be willing to change and react proactively to those changing needs as veterans evolve. As veterans evolve. A personal story, the program that I was brought on at Wounded Warrior Project to start, I had to close it down. So I started a program. It was an education prep school, educational and workplace prep school, and it was great at the time. Veterans were coming off the battlefield and were not fitting into the college classroom. And at the time, in 2008, it was the right use of donor dollars. It was an at-risk population that we really wanted to succeed in that higher education classroom. But then their demographics started to change in terms of what needs were, and the impact of the program was not there about 5 years later. So we shifted our resources and were able to absorb those teammates into other programs. But it's something we've done in a number of ways, and it's something that we'll continue to do because innovation and care to our veterans is absolutely critical for going forward. So the last thing that I talked about with the key, I think it's the collaboration and innovation is very important, but how will we know that what we're doing is impactful? Other than wonderful, anecdotal, amazing stories, we have to make data-driven decisions in how we solve these very, very hard problems. We must use the impact data through our own program delivery and through our partnerships with others to identify the most successful program models to understand warrior needs and learn how we can all reach them more effectively in their respective communities. As a result, we'll be able to firmly demonstrate the impact created by our collective endeavors. As the needs of this generation are constantly evolving, so must the ways that we measure that impact. But we must make the gathering of metrics a priority and be consistent in those efforts across the different lines of efforts that we have, so we can track our time, the challenges and the developments and successes of our important work. Wounded Warrior Project invests in our own program surveys, pre, post, longitudinal, and then we also invest in the largest post 9/11 survey that's out there. We just had it in the field, 35,000 plus responses telling us, now behind that is 145 questions, it's long, but it tells us the greatest needs for those that we're trying to serve. And we share it widely. We want to ensure that everybody uses it because it's 35,000 of them telling us how they're doing. Great successes on there, but also some areas that continue to be the struggle. And so it's something that we've invested in, and we make programmatic decisions based on that, not just based on what we think. And that's critical. You have to have those conversations and really make the changes within your program model and challenge each other as a collective to do that. Since 2012, we've also, so with that data, the collaboration, the innovation, we've also realized, as I said, we can't do it alone. And where there's greatness being done, whether it's internal through our direct programs and services, we have about almost 500 teammates providing those direct programs across the country. But sometimes there are reasons for us to invest in other organizations because there's greatness being done there. Since 2012, we've been able to contribute $88 million to other organizations in this effort because it was a better decision to use donor dollars for that than us create something that would have been duplicative in care. And so it comes with its own challenges sometimes, but it's really important that we are true to what we say the important to do, which is to be duplicative and to be collaborative. Our partnership with Combined Arms is an example of that. With Houston being, as I said, such a great city in a veteran-dense area, our support of Combined Arms helps fill the gap in services by providing vital links to local and national resources, where veterans can find support on issues ranging from employment, finances, homelessness, and physical and mental health. Combined Arms has been a shining example of collaboration and coordination. The efforts of the organization represent the spirit of community integration. After we got over the fact that John left FFP to start it, well, no, it did take a minute, but we knew there was great work being done. And so this partnership will not only foster a long-standing culture of collaboration among military service organizations in the Houston area, but it provides a template of support for other communities to emulate, demonstrating that just as the men and women we serve were assets as leaders in the military, they can be and should be leaders in the civilian world. As you can see, impactful collaboration doesn't begin and end with writing a check, no matter what side of the check you're on. Whether you are granting or receiving funding, the real magic happens when you can connect on the areas both parties are passionate about. We have a relationship with the NFL. It's really grown over the years. It took a long time to get that relationship going, but we built it into a multi-level, multi-touch point partnership that's so much more than just financial support. The NFL, its teams, and players support events and programs throughout the year in the country that help warriors improve their resiliency and also their physical health. Each year we work alongside the NFL for several key events like kickoff flag football games, combine type of events on military bases, on-stage access for the draft, tickets to the Super Bowl experience, and other opportunities. They have provided funding to help expand one of our programs focused on combat stress recovery, which helps veterans deal with post-traumatic stress and other mental health issues like depression. So they didn't just write us a check and they didn't just give out tickets to the draft, and that's all cool and great, but they actually funded a program because they believed in the metrics that we were showing and the impact that we were providing. And we were able to align with what their business model is, which is to help with that and win games and earn a lot of money. But we were able to have them help solve a problem, and it ended up it's really been an impactful relationship. In Soldier Ride, they just allowed us to completely replace our fleet of adaptive bicycles for our adaptive cycling event, Soldier Ride. And then they had players riding with us, and they kept coming back. I was on the Soldier Ride in New York, and they were just supposed to come for the kickoff, media, it's great. And then they just showed up the next 3 days because they loved the camaraderie of the warriors that were on the ride. They gave one of them crap for not winning the Super Bowl, and he took it like a champ. But it was just it's a fantastic multi-level collaboration that has buy-in within their organization and also with us. So, that can happen at all different levels, and we're an extension of private citizens, of corporations, of organizations, and that's really helpful. Another partnership I'd like to talk about is our Warrior Care Network. It's a complicated partnership in that it involves medical centers, academic medical centers, Wounded Warrior Project, and the VA, all to develop an innovative case for care in intensive outpatient treatment. It exists to revolutionize and deliver the highest standards of individualized mental health care. We work with Emory Healthcare in Atlanta, Massachusetts General in Boston, Rush University in Chicago, UCLA Health, and also the VA. And the key to this was, first of all, it took 3 years to get everybody really guided toward this, but we we are the funder in it. And what we did was we said, we need to have shared data, we need to have shared best practices and make decisions based on that. And it really shook them. Usually in the medical model, the innovation happens, but it is siloed. And it is funded by very specific grants, but we mandated that the shared activity would happen in the shared data practices, which sounds quite a bit. But what we have shown is clinically significant reduction in symptoms for PTSD and depression, and we've increased the access to care, so they're not waiting as long, and we get them into this care. There's a 92% completion rate of these veterans that are going through, and the standard in intensive outpatient treatment across the country in other modalities or other locations, it hovers around a 40 to 50% completion rate. So right there, you get the veteran to complete the care. It's a year's worth of care in 2 to 3 weeks, and that type of innovation and dedication of that public-private partnership has led to what I believe is a new model for treatment of PTSD. So it took a minute, but it was well worth it. So I thought those would be important to include, because I think we really try and live the collaboration logo, or part of our logo is one warrior carrying another. We always want the warrior who's being carried to eventually become the warrior on the bottom, helping others, and that means also organizations. Some might start small and then might grow and have a different type of impact, and we want to be part of that. And in whatever is the best in class, best in efforts, we want to be part of that. And I think we represent a lot of wonderful people that want to be part of that. So what I think the critical work that we're doing, it just now lays a foundation of service and support for decades to come, which is why we tackle the tough issues that we do. And as we look forward to the next 5 to 10 years and work to understand kind of the lifetime needs of injured veterans and their families, we know we must continue to invest, continue to grow, and to continue to promote collaboration, innovative programming, and data-driven decisions. So we hope to be part of that fight for a long time to come. And together, I think what's aspirational for me is I want the post 9/11 generation. That's where we focus. So, but just veterans in general, our audacious goal is to have this generation be the most successful generation in our nation's history of injured veterans. And I think together as a group, as a collaborative, as a country, we should all want to be the best effective network of support for these veterans coming back and their families, so they can live the most empowered life going forward. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you so much.
So, Jen, thank you so much. I know you guys can probably hear me, but there's only a few things that, there's many things I can say about Wounded Warrior Project. I'm a personal success story of one of the programs, and John Roberts, who I mentioned before, who runs the benefits program. I had another agency originally file my disability claim I was an infantryman. I had 3 knee surgeries, so naturally I should get care at the VA, and I got denied on the front end from the Veteran Benefits Administration. It took me 8 years, but Wounded Warrior Project helped me in my appeal with Rick Adame. You guys have met Rick here. He's one of the amazing service officers at Wounded Warrior Project. He helped me navigate that very complex system of benefits, and they do that for thousands of people every year, warriors and their families. Earl Lundy, back here, our gym manager. You guys know Earl. You try to avoid him in the afternoons like I do, otherwise he's going to make you sweat. But he is a fantastic success story from the track program that Jen ran and started and incubated and innovated to impact. And through the track program, Earl got all of his certifications and qualifications to become an adaptive coach, a personal trainer, to follow his life's ambitions and his dreams, and is now impacting warriors and their families on a day-to-day basis at the Combined Arms Gym. And if you want to sweat, you go see that man and he'll take care of you. But Jen, I mean, just, from our unit to yours, I mean, from Houston to the broader Wounded Warrior Project team, thank you so much for being here. And as like in true military fashion, true military tradition, we not only have bad coffee at the Transition Center and Combined Arms Center, but we also have challenge coins like any good military unit. But one other major thing, like challenge coins, great. It's another paperweight. You got it to the collection. But I want all of you to come up here, and we're going to take a group photo with Jen, and that's really going to memorialize her participation in this event. And it's also going to serve as a reflection point for us as we accomplish so much this year. So everybody up here now, and thank you again, Jen, for being a part of this. Come on, everybody, hurry up. Don't try to tuck out. I'm watching the door. Lock the door. You gotta make some memories. Come on, people. Everybody watching online will add you in later. Oh yeah! Dr. Gonzalez, I'm going to introduce you right after this. Is that okay? And I want you to get a picture with us in front of us. That's okay. Happy to be here.
For sure, you're going to be stuck in the front.
Can't avoid it.
Make sure everyone is up here. I'm trying to make sure nobody ducks out. John.
And the shorter individuals get to the front. To the front, the shorter individuals. I need to get everybody's face. Come on, y'all. Come on.
Everybody's faces that they want to hide, so if you can't see them, I can't see you. Somebody in the back. No, she's short Yeah. No, no worries. Technical difficulties. No. You turn off the lights, the lights back. Yeah.
Well, tell me which one's.
Okay. We'll manage. It's okay. Yeah, we'll manage. All right.
Hold on, my hair. Hurry up, I'm holding my breath.
Try to hold this coming in.
Are we ready? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I like to do. Oh yeah. Waiting on you, man. Oh, we talking noise now. Come in the boxing class.
Hey, by the way, that's one of our boxing instructors.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got far now.
I'm busy. I'm sorry, busy.
Yeah, but I know it's gonna be hard. Try to squeeze in as much as possible.
Try to squeeze in as much as possible. There's a lot of y'all in there. Thank you right here to give me Good chair. Yeah.
This is how the sausage is made.
Brian.
Alright, so, count of three, we're gonna do this, alright? Give me a good smile now, 1, 2, and 3. Yes, please. This next one's gonna go a couple of times. So hold that. Here we go. And one more.
You can
cross
I'm busting you.
Yeah,
I'm busting you now.
Okay, real quick, everyone grab a seat, and then we're gonna break up after a few more announcements. But first, I would like to bring up Dr. Melissa Gonzalez with Houston Community College, who is president of this campus, and would like to welcome you all today. So Dr. Gonzalez, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I'm a proud daughter of a veteran, a proud niece of a Korean War veteran. And the first thing that I did when I first got here almost 2 years ago, I said, where's the veterans area, you know? Because I want to make sure that veterans are paid attention to and that veterans are helped. If it wasn't for the assistance that my dad got to go to get his GED, to get some classes in college, to get a house, I wouldn't be standing here. So I'm originally from the Valley, down south, way down south, and so opportunities are slim. And so I cannot thank the veteran organizations that helped him get some semblance of family and structure. And like I said, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So again, for everything that you do, it's amazing. I got here, the veterans office was on the second floor, some little room up there. I said, no, this doesn't look right. So one of the first things I did was open up the Veteran Center on the Angela Morales building. It's a huge space that allows for help for veterans, either they're any from the community that wants to stop by. There's space to just hang out. There's a little kitchen area. It's a very nice space. And the idea is that we need to help veterans in any which way we can. And so again, I applaud every one of you of everything that you are doing to help our veterans. I don't think we're doing enough, and we need to do more. And I know you are working, and we're doing our best that we can through our Veterans Academy program and through our veteran centers throughout the different colleges. But again, I'm so excited to be here. I'm so honored that you would choose Southeast as your place to convene combined arms event. So again, my name is Melissa Gonzalez. I'm system, including an online college, but we service over 100,000 students throughout the year. And I believe that the last I counted, I think there was like 3,000 to 6,000 veterans that we're helping at HEC, but I believe that that number needs to grow. So with your help, I believe, and for HEC being out there, we need to bring more awareness of the opportunities that we have. So again, thank you so much. On behalf of the Chancellor, Maldonado, and the Board of Trustees, we're so honored to have you here. And again, welcome to HEC Southeast, and I hope we see you again very soon at our at this college. Again, my name is Melissa Gonzalez, here to serve you. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words. Again, thank God for just allowing me the privilege. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez, for hosting us. Your team has been incredible. We we love it. We use this place a lot. I mean, we've used it for Next Stop before as well too. So thank you so much. With that being said, we got the group photo done. So thank y'all so much. I didn't see anyone try and duck out, so that's good. We made some memories. And then we'll be posting that online and making sure that we make everyone who's not here super jealous, you know. So thank you guys for watching online too. I know we're live streaming. We love y'all too. So if you could send us a headshot, we'll just throw you in the back somewhere in Photoshop. So here's our next breakout session. We're running a little bit behind, but that's totally okay. Room 217 National Committee with Nick Bassett is going to be up there. So employment related organizations, education as well. Room 218, Essential Services Collaboration Committee with Crystal Kylers. So anyone related to food insecurity, legal services, housing, benefits, etc. We'd love to have you all in there. 219, the Wellness Collaboration Committee. So healthcare, mental health, alternative therapies, all kinds of amazing things in that vertical. And finally, number 220, room 220 upstairs, the Social Impact Collaboration Committee. So social and volunteering and community impact. If you're a senior leader in your organization, we'd like for you to stay in this room. We're going to have a short senior leader roundtable to get everyone to know each other a little bit and talk about some of the goals we have. And then we're going to come back together and do more auditorium visits here at 1 o'clock. But thank you guys so much. Go attack your rooms, and we'll see you back here later on. Thank you.
A little delayed next week though.
I would go to essential services.
We just got it. We haven't got the money yet. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna head out.
Thanks for coming, sir.
No, it's good.
Appreciate it.
But that's still, so we're just, learning more about the different organizations.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. You too. Thanks again for
So, probably be able to do more.
oh wow, that's fantastic. That'll help for Montgomery County.
We're still getting some donations.
Awesome. It should be en route, so I don't know what's going on.
Can't blame the mail, I guess.
Yeah, the one here in Houston, they're gonna be the roof on this. The wellness collaboration. So, you got a grant on the company here. I'm the head check. And then we found out.
Okay, senior leaders, if we want to get together around these tables over here, talk a little bit more about what we're doing and how we want y'all to get more involved. So everybody can kind of collapse in over here if you're joining the senior leaders roundtable. I'd love to share some really cool updates for your team that we want to invest in.
Let me grab my notes because I can't remember everything.
Absolutely.
No. Absolutely.
Real quick, let's just go around and introduce yourself and your organization. You don't have to say your favorite color or anything, or your birthday or anything, but Nancy, I'll put you on the spot. On our friends from Los Angeles, Los Angelinos here. Nancy, if you'll start us, kick us off, and then we can go around the room.
My birthday is July 6th, and I accept it. My name is Nancy Silva. I'm president of National Veterans Intermediary, a national organization based in New York.
Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm a graduate of I'm I'm Nicole, Chief Impact Officer.
Jim Brennan, I'm legislative director for the Texas Coalition Organization.
I'm Jim Brennan, I'm the executive director.
Morris Blair, minor.
Mike Nash, executive director of United Hero, sort of the national organization, you know, it's all right here.
Dion Berger with the Travis Companion Foundation, just came on as the senior regional manager on the Pacific. Welcome aboard.
Hi everyone, I'm Erin Lester. I'm a senior director at the Warriors. Hi, I'm Steph Drake. I'm the executive director of Backstop.
Mike Iyer, with the Warrior Project. I carry the bags for Jen.
Barry Matson, I'm Vice President of Regional Operations for the Mission Continues and a member of the Board of Directors for Combined Arms.
Jason Williams, University of Houston Veteran Service.
Chip Fulton, Chief Operating Officer at Endeavor. Among other things, we operate at a Stephen Cohen plant.
We've got four members.
I'm excited to do some other veteran services.
Thomas Booth, I'm the Director of the Wildlife Conservation Operation with Texas Veterans Affairs.
I'm Tim Farrell. I'm the CEO of the National Association of Veterans Serving Organizations. So, really looking forward to coming back to Houston for the Vets Day concert on November 10th. And my birthday is November 12th, and Cheryl reminded me that that's coinciding with the Marine Corps birthday. So I'm really looking forward to some Crayola birthday cake at the concert when I come back to Houston.
Kevin Dowling, I'm the COO with Combined Arms. And I work with all the organizations.
I'm Andy Kuhala with Combined Arms. And I'm John Personally with Combined Arms. Thank you all so much. We miss anybody who want to sneak in? All right, here you go. So we had our first quarterly senior leader roundtable meeting, with some of y'all participated in July. This is the second quarterly meeting, so thank you all for being here. We thought it would be a great opportunity while we have so many different organizations and leaders and experts here to bend y'all's ears a little bit and have y'all bend ours much more back, because we have a lot of really great initiatives, but it's not without your input and advice and approval that we do some of these things. So really the objectives of this roundtable is to get to know everyone, so now everyone knows who they are, kind of a little bit about what you do. And then, the cadence of communications will be on a quarterly basis to make sure that we're all connected. And if there are other individuals from your organization that can be a part of this group, please let me know and I'll add them to the roster. To also discuss collaborative funding, programmatic opportunities. So, what Jen said is spot on. I mean, the collaboration happening at a national, local level. A lot of you guys work at the national level and can see that collaboration happening, whether you're with NBI or NAVSO. And this is what a regional approach looks like, and we love y'all's feedback on that. And then also to share our unique successes, our frustrations, our lessons learned, and ways that we can continue to grow as an ecosystem. So those are pretty basic. That's 4 objectives. It's usually one more than Marines like, because we can't count that high. But here are some. I wanted to talk about some other collaboration opportunities, and then we invite you guys to throw some out there, and we'll hopefully record that. I know Kevin's an amazing note taker. I see him writing stuff down. Probably, I hate John.
I'm listening intently.
There's something I alluded to earlier that I think critically important in the investment of your Meso program managers. So your folks that are going to be incredible directors or CEOs at some point, but they're they're still at that meso level. So your coordinators, your specialists, your program managers, even like your junior directors, we want y'all to register them for this Lead Rice program. It's Rice University's Glasscock School of Continuing Studies. They have a cohort-based program that is it's intentionally designed for professional development for that meso-level leader in nonprofit organizations and government agencies. And we are putting a veteran focus on it. And we want this first cohort starting October 11th. So we'll have 3 meetings, 3 Fridays where it's going to be a full day at Rice and instruction. And they're going to be broken into 5 fire teams of 4 where they're going to tackle projects that we essentially decide for them. So I'd like to get some ideas on major projects that we could pitch to them. But essentially, the idea is for them to not only grow their skills and experience as program leaders and eventual directors of organizations, but to also get to know each other and to establish collaborative bonds that exist between the organizations. And we need that to happen at every level, because we all know that as the thinkers and the fundraisers and the external people of our organizations, it's really those meso leaders that get the work done, and we have to invest in them if we want our ecosystem to not only survive but thrive in the many years to come. So with that being said, with the first cohort, I appreciate you guys, whoever has dedicated staff already. I know TMC has, Impact to Hero has, Next Stop has, Hope for the Warriors has, and those of y'all who haven't, send them to us. We've got an application that they'll fill out. It's pretty basic, and then we have the investment from Houston Endowment to pay for it. It's approximately $2,250. Combined Arms will pay $2,000 of it with the Houston Endowment investment. We ask the organization to just invest $250 because you got to have some skin in the game, and it's basically your investment in your own people, but a very small investment in that. But if you can't make the investment or don't have access to it, or it's a bureaucratic process, I understand that. Let me know, and we'll work something out, because we don't want your people to miss out on this incredible professional development opportunity. That being said, what are some challenges in our community that these 5 fire teams of 4? It's really difficult to say when you say it all together like that. That these 5 fire teams of 4 can tackle as a cohort, keeping in mind that they're going to be developing as meso program managers in leadership and skills with the Rice curriculum, which is focused really on how they can be better at measurement, evaluation, personnel management, financial management, the basic skills of becoming a director level position. Any ideas? Fire away. I think it's for us to really decide, and we can take the raw ideas and then form them and send them out for approval later.
I guess that actually goes to the point you made just before that. If there is anybody that has that red tape or can't swing that 250, send your people to Impact to Hero. We actually have a small scholarship pool of money for things just like that, for that professional development, so we can help fill the gap if you need that.
That definitely solves problems that you might get, and we'll figure something out. Absolutely. I think that's the thing. Ideas, thoughts, even crazy ideas. I mean, I'm thinking about, like, what can they really learn from in this exercise?
Intergovernmental relations with local communities, working with the mayor's office, working with developing those, and spending the time on.
I like that idea. How do we engage with local government more effectively, more often?
Harvey is a perfect example where if it wasn't for that, we may have had these problems.
Yeah, and if you guys were in here when the VA was talking about the suicide data, the public-private partnership was all over that, and how we solve problems at the local level, which is incredible. Yes, ma'am.
So along that idea right there, National Veterans Intermediary we just announced yesterday an all-expense-paid trip to San Antonio, November 20th, to do exactly that, to get a bunch of veteran collaborative leaders in the room with a bunch of American mayors to do an entire day of workshops that takes that question you just asked and makes it a two-way road. How can we as a community of practice encourage our elected officials and governance administrators to consider veterans' equities in the building of communities and civic infrastructure. And in reverse, how can we play a better role in educating veterans about aspiring to leadership at that level? And if anyone is interested in attending that, flag me down later. We are providing all expense paid scholarships to attend that. They are limited. You don't qualify for it.
I can drive the 3 miles.
I can drive the 3 miles.
What's the date on that?
November 20th.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, November 21st.
Oh, wow.
It culminates with a nice private visit to Center for the Intrepid, which is a very special experience if you haven't been there yet.
That's great.
What's the name of the program, I'm sorry?
Well, we are National Veterans Intermediary, and I'll give you my card
Oh, thank
after. If you're interested, see me. And I'll do the shameless plug that if you are a member of Combined Arms, you are eligible for everything here. Just scholarships to a bunch of stuff. So very long-winded way of really loving and supporting your idea and reminding everyone that some of these resources do exist, and we are more than open to sharing them if you provide them.
To piggyback on what Nancy's talking about and involving mayors in that, one of my side gigs is as a service within the city of San Antonio where I live, is I'm one of the 11 appointed commissioners on Veterans Affairs within the city of San Antonio. Each of the 10 council districts, their members of council appoint one, and then the mayor appoints one. With that, we've been able to posture the commission to get our elected officials' ears. It's not, and what we've done specifically with that is we've pivoted that from basically a bean county and a head county, or did you show up at the 5K? Did you show up at the barbecue? To something that's really getting the attention of the elected officials through those members of the commission. So if you're looking for things within, as you mentioned, within the city government, getting the mayor's ear, I don't know if you've got a similar commission within the city of Houston or the surrounding cities, but my experience with that is that's been extraordinarily valuable, just in the sense of whether that member of council, my member of council is an Air Force veteran. He's only one of 3 veterans on an 11-member council, including the mayor. That's an extraordinary valuable resource for each of them, and it stimulates some conversations that would not necessarily be happening were you not a respected advisor to the city government. Now, you can make that an inconsequential board and commission if you're just talking about, well, we had a 5K run, or we had a barbecue or something like that. Did you influence ordinances? Did you influence legislation? Did you influence budgets? That's where in your localities you can make an impact. I'm just fortunate that I've got the ear by virtue of where I sit on that and being able to do that locally.
Well, and we talked about it earlier, and Carlos is a good example. What we're doing is, we all seek to get like civilian members onto our board so that we can expand our messaging and this positive impact and strength-based narrative around veterans. But at the same time, how many people in this room serve on boards that are adjacent to your service offering in the civilian sector? Right? You have the opportunity to take your message of what's really like with veterans into the civilian space around an adjacent agency. So like Carlos is on the American Cancer Society board now because they wanted a better perspective on that, right? And he has an amazing survivor story of his cancer treatment. So I think that it's incumbent upon us as group leads or team leads or organization leads to empower our staff where they want young professionals to send them out to the United Way board fair. There are a lot of organizations that are looking for it, and that's a charter-rich environment. They'll have 30 to 40 agencies. I think it's in the first quarter that they can just show up, and just like any other young professional, and if you need board members, you can go to that. But we should be sending some of our developing and strong talent out into the world to carry our lessons and make sure that we're not a insulated, segregated community, right? I think that's one of the things that we had to fight from when there was a negative national sentiment, and there's not one right now, but there's a re-education, reframing of the narrative around veterans that we all can carry that forward.
So the question would be, to reiterate, Mike and Nancy, how can we improve relationships, communications, and collaborations with local government? Kevin and Tim, how can veteran leaders and program managers get more involved in non-veteran serving organization boards and programs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, John, my seat as legislative director in Austin, the coalition has been an advocate out there for 25 plus years. But over the last 10 years or so, we've really worked hard at changing the legislature's view of veterans and what we do beyond just veteran issues. Really important because what I refer to as, in some cases, is veterans fatigue among legislators and elected officials in general. They go beyond the state legislature to go to city halls and municipalities and counties. And so one of our efforts has been to engage on a whole range of issues and to educate. You have to be very delicate about educating the legislators, but to emphasize that we're citizens beyond just being veterans, and that we have many people in our family who are affected by whatever they do in this world. And so a willingness and stepping forward to get engaged on issues that are not veterans issues goes a long way to changing how we impact things that happen in that building or at City Hall or wherever it might be. And we have, I can't cite specifics, but you can feel the shift, the change in how we've influenced legislation over the years by becoming engaged and becoming aware of things that are happening that we wouldn't otherwise have been engaged in. So I think it's really important.
Yeah, from my point of view, is kind of, once you gather this information, once you have the ears of the mayors or the legislators, then what? Kind of the strategy development of what are you going to do with this information? Building specific target audiences, specific target plans, marketing plans. What is your message? What are you going to do once you have this information?
Are you asking rhetorically or like a discussion?
I'm just making a statement.
Well, I think that's a really important question, actually. I can say in our effort, the way we're realizing it is through a partnership with National League of Cities. And we are holding them accountable and us to an action plan that comes out of this summit. That gets distributed to all American mayors. And I'm really interested in these comments about other links to other legislative bodies. It's not just mayors. It comes at the state levels and council levels. And it gets wrapped into the civic plan. And the mayor's office becomes a responsible stakeholder for veterans wellness. County, according to the health commissioners, will promote as part of those action plans. But I think the evidence shows that every community has to decide on its own answer to that question.
Well, I think back to the rights thing, part of it is what do you want to implement in this program or what do you want to do? A lot of us have talked about gathering information. We see numbers all over the board up here. But now that we have this, now what? Now what do we do? How do we use it? How do we use it to our advantage?
This is a different topic, but I was reflecting on some of the challenges that we're having nationwide as an organization. We're in 56 cities across the country, but there's, just talking about veteran suicide, one of the leading indicators is social isolation, right? So thinking about the people that aren't in big cities, like we are, like Combined Arms is, there's a lot of people in rural communities that don't have access to a Combined Arms. So maybe a challenge that they could work on is how to not leave rural veterans behind, in the outlying areas, Harris County, outlying areas around Houston that may not be able to access Combined Arms.
Sorry, but SAMHSA, the substance abuse and mental health, somebody help me with this. Substance abuse, the federal agency, SAMHSA. Substance abuse mental health has just announced a grants program for rural veterans.
And we're actually working with Warrior Project on how to bring our programs to rural communities, but I mean, there's so much more. I mean, we do things through, we use community service as a vehicle for transition, but there's so much more that can be offered.
There's some interesting opportunities there that probably align with like BMW and the Marine Corps League. I mean, I was blown away how many detachments exist in the Marine Corps League, and they could be a small town somewhere, or many in a big town. But that's probably an outreach opportunity too. And they're in need also, those organizations, of our technology and our ability to communicate. They're dominated by an older generation that gets together and talks, but may not know ins and outs of LinkedIn or how to post that they're having an event or how to get together with them. So maybe John an interesting concept to see if you can link into the BMW or some existing agencies as part of the various ideas.
John, one of the things that you brought up that is interesting is the whole Veteran Support Service network that the VA does, and HUD actually funds, that provides, there's one in every county in Texas, for example, but except where the rural counties are, they're like, so we're looking to try to convince them to let us just do it for all of West Texas, let's say, because to your point, we know that there are a lot of folks out there that have needs, and so we're looking to do more in telehealth. But you got to have access to telehealth. It sounds good and plays well, but if you don't even know it exists, or can you get to where you can provide it? So that's one of the things. Obviously, that's what we're going to do with the combined arms, but we're looking to do more of that throughout the state of Texas. The other thing I would say to the problem, to me, and she brought it up today, is we don't know what everybody else is doing. So every resource, every dollar is precious because it allows us to meet the need. And if I'm doing it, he's doing it, you're doing, we're all chasing the same thing, but we don't know what we're doing. So we can, as she said, we can complement one another rather than compete with one another. So I don't know how we better network ourselves, but us not knowing what others are doing in the space may mean that we're trying to duplicate something that you're much better at.
That's a great point, and I would love for y'all to assign at least one of your program managers to be a part of this cohort, but also the collaboration committees. You guys offer a variety of different services that most of us are probably unaware of. And I think particularly on the wellness committee and the essential services committees, that's critical to have some of your doers represented, even if it's calling in, video chatting in from San Antonio, what have you, because that telehealth add-on, bolt-on to our existing offerings is going to be huge. I think collaboration is key there. Oh, sorry, Joan, you had your hand up before.
Yes. Oh, okay. Well, what I was going to say is so many issues that veterans are facing, they've been facing for a long time. And as you mentioned, burnout, when a topic comes up, sometimes people's eyes glaze over a little bit because they've heard about that same topic over and over again for maybe decades. So to me, a critical element is the marketing to engage veterans in any and all of the organizations, and reaching them, finding what they're interested in, pulling them into the veteran community, and in the process of that engagement, you will hear and learn what is really most important to them, what needs to be addressed, and the other things that in terms of relationships with the city or with the legislature, they're very important. But when you come back with the same old idea, as opposed to taking a fresh look at it. So for example, we're reaching veterans in rural communities and getting them the telehealth and that sort of thing, them being isolated. To have a completely sort of different take on it, like our goal is going to be to make sure every veteran in the state has access to the internet with a good line where they can do the telemedicine, where they can connect with these other organizations and find them. So I just kind of hit on 2 points. One is bring in the new veterans, as many as possible, to see what the issue is from their eyes, try to cut the red tape to answer that. But in the meantime, part of reaching them is going to be being able to get them access to the internet so that they can find you. And I think they would bring ideas and a fresh approach. And what needs to be done seems to kind of need to be reformatted, because otherwise, when policymakers are hearing it, they're going to kind of glaze over and say, oh, I've heard that one before.
I want to jump real quick. to that point, one of the things, anytime I testified in Austin for you, I don't miss the opportunity to talk about veterans issues and family issues. They don't just do that. And it's, again, it's a soft education approach, but engaging family members who are affected by what's going on with the veteran themselves and involving them in whatever organizations, our veteran service organizations now are finally starting to figure out that we're not the old American Legion, we're not the old VFW, so we're making it friendly for not just the veteran to approach and look, become involved, but bring the spouse, the kids, so that, and get them engaged in these organizations and have that they all have an understanding of what's going on and who's out there to help. It makes a difference. Like it's crucial.
Thank you. Whenever Convening was first getting started, we had lunch and learns where the different organizations would host that day. I know Travis Manning and Crest gave probably the first one. They hosted lunch and they taught everybody who was in the building what it was that they did. And Next Stop did one. They maybe had one or two others, and then it kind of just fizzled. And then now we've got these committees, these collaborative teams. If there could be a senior level, kind of like this group as a committee, maybe that we could do a lunch and learn or a coffee or something where we can do the same thing, where we can share what each one of us, our organizations, does and how we can help serve each other, not just the veterans as a whole, but each other. I think we could help solve a lot of the problems that we might be having, and then also take us off the island. Does anybody else feel like you're like the battalion commander who doesn't have any friends in the battalion? Like you got to go find the other battalion commander to be a buddy. Like, oh man! But those struggles that we have on, hey, how do you deal with this with your board with this, or I'm having this struggle? I think it'd be really powerful to have that senior leadership committee or whatever. For lunch and learn.
Yeah, I mean, we plan to do this every quarter for sure, and if more consistent opportunities need to happen, I think that's absolutely an opportunity there. Particularly as it involves a lot of our folks that are traveling and can't physically be there. We need that available as well. But yeah, absolutely, 100%, because this is helpful already. Everyone gets to know each other more. We're talking about real issues in the veteran community that need solving. I think something that's been brought up a couple of times is legacy organizations like American Legion, VFW, and engaging them. As you can see, they may be represented by the Texas Coalition of Veterans Organizations, and I might have VFW covered and American Legion covered at home, but they're not in this room. And what we don't want to happen is for them to die on the vine in Texas, right? And how many posts close a week, Jim? A lot, one or two.
But we're seeing there's evidence out there that they get it, and that the image is not VFW or American Legion just there to play cards, drink beer, and so forth. Become part of solutions for younger generation veterans that need that base of camaraderie. And we're seeing changes in a lot of different posts.
I mean, this could impact the rural veteran outreach
Particularly
too. So, aligning, I wrote that down because of some of the contributions here. I think posing one of the teams that question of how do we ensure more of the legacy organizations are a part of this. Get 1, 2, 3, sorry, gentlemen, I got your head stuff too.
What the VFW and American Legion part, I found out when I first became involved in veteran organizations. I joined the American Legion there in Tomball, and it was just a bunch of old people. It was dead, and it was it had nothing to do with just that VFW, and I didn't understand. So I started becoming a mission team with Combined Arms. I still go to the meetings, and now I'm passing on the information that we have to offer. So it's kind of up to us as leaders of our organizations to go out there. I'm involved with the yearly parade and all the stuff they do on the side of what I'm doing now, to make sure they're involved, make sure they know what's going on outside, to make sure our stuff. So, you don't have to go to all the meetings, you go to a couple of meetings at your local VFW and share the information that we have to offer each organization. And that's kind of what I do. So I know that the Tomball, American Legion, VFW knows what we're doing out here, and they share this stuff out. I mean, they still do their stuff out here, but they know what's available out here. Instead of just the usual fake stuff and stuff like that. So I do try to get them involved. And so it's up to us as leaders to get that out.
As far as the VFW goes, I've got 20 years in VFW. I'm now the adjunct for District 4, so that takes care of all of Harris County. So I'm actually one of the directors, I guess, for that, kind of sort of. So I go to every single VFW within Harris County, do the post inspections, attend the meetings. So I'm pretty busy with that as well as I'm doing this. But if there's a need that needs to out to VFW, either statewide or locally, I have that access, direct access. I can go to the department, the district commander. I touch out to all the districts, commanders as well. So it's not a problem for me to reach out to anybody as far as VFW goes. I'm not a member of the American Legion. I haven't renewed my dues, but I'm a life member of the VFW. So that's easy for us to do. We've actually talked about it within the district of reaching out and trying to do some different things and doing that kind of stuff. Here in Harris County, there's 16 VFW posts. One is going to be closing down, so we're dropping down to 15. So it's going to be a little interesting on how we move forward with that.
Yeah, I think it's critically important because we're supporting a big VFW event in Spring Branch, actually. And we have the Cape Post can actually use the Echolink platform to refer veterans in for social services. If we can accomplish just that with 15 posts, I think that's a huge, that's one step. And then how do we take it a step further?
Yep, depending on whose records and which studies you're looking at, we typically look at it through the IRS data. But of the potential membership that we look at, for instance, for NASO across the nation, of the plus or minus 40,000 veteran service organizations around the country, roughly plus or minus 60% of those are independently chaptered, independent 501c3 posts of the V, of the Legion, and similar. We've got a handful of those among our membership. And one of the trends we see, and this is very anecdotal, but one of the trends we see among those who are members and who are operating effectively, they're more diverse and they're more contemporary. They're the Legion posts and they're the VFW posts who are welcoming to our women veterans, who are welcoming of our LGBT, are welcoming of people with diverse populations, regardless of what the demography of that particular geographic area is. That's something with our legacy organizations that, depending on the locality, has been a difficult transition for some. A woman walks in and I've seen it in San Antonio. A woman walks in and the impulse is to sign them up for the ladies auxiliary. Wait a second, that's the kind of thing that I hope in your community, but nationwide, among the legacy organizations, that becomes less and less prevalent. We're grateful that the small number of posted member organizations with us are understanding of our veteran population is an extraordinarily diverse population. And that's a good thing.
I'm just going to say that I think if we end up settling on a handful of topics and not groups of 5 groups before, right?
5 groups, yeah.
Sounds like we have some time before we actually need to give the topics. But it might be an interesting opportunity for 1 or 2 of the topics to give the same topic to 2 groups.
Yeah.
And see what ideas, what group comes up, tell them no to cheating or something,
Yeah.
right? Compare it to another group and
Collaborative competition.
yeah, we could get some pretty unique.
80 markers. Don't talk to your peers.
Yeah.
I would also say, John, for a non-veteran organization, but realizing we had like 25% of our staff were as being oblivious to that. How to engage with non-veteran organizations to reach their message. As I said earlier, just preaching your message to the non-veteran organizations and services. How you all do your, because a lot of people, someone said it, most people have no idea what the food bank does, right? We were just a big pantry, but realizing we have food scholarship programs that help with workforce development and wellness programs. And so, how do we do that by information?
Right. Yeah, educating our absolutely. So if one of your veteran staffers meso level wants to join in on a cohort, I think that'd be incredible. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Simon Prasad, I'm with the VA, and there's a couple of things that come to mind. I'm a new program manager, and it's actually over 2 big programs. The caregiver support and the transition care management, formerly known as OEF, or OND. They changed the name because we serve also non-combat veterans, so it's transition care management. Certainly, everything that everyone has said are things that we are seeing. One of the things that occurred to me during the discussion was the need of how to reach the veterans in the rural community. The VA, certainly, we have our outpatient clinics. We know that that's not enough. We have telemedicine. We have video chat, we have all of those things. But if this group could do like a needs assessment in different rural areas, and be able to, and certainly involve, speaking on behalf of Mr. Ross, who doesn't know this, but having the VA involved in that, because I think as the new program manager with the VA, I've not been with the VA very long compared to my peers. But one of the things that I was struck with, even today, I found out about today haphazardly. There was a staff member who said, "Can you go for me in the morning?" And I said, "Sure." What is this? And so I called Mr. Escobedo and talked with him about it, what it is we're going to do. And it's amazing that you have all this group together, but I also know that United Way has a Veterans Resource Network group as well. And so there's different organizations, maybe because of their focus, are doing different things. And I don't know.
It's not very formalized. We all show up. I think it's more of like an information sharing, because this is more of like accountability, by uniting one another.
So, anyway, one of the things I was thinking about is a needs assessment, to be able to determine what their needs are, how to be able to outreach, how to best reach out to them. What is it that they need? I mean, do they need a cell phone? Do they need internet connection? What is it that they need? I know that our director does town halls, periodically goes around the rural community, and I regret to say I'm not really familiar with all of that. I do know that a lot of those are attended by pre- and post 9/11 veterans. So I think that's just one of the things that came to my mind.
No, this is
one of the things that we can help by is advocating for the local schools, the local schools, city halls, libraries, and those type of places, the hospitals, to have free internet for the veterans. In the rural areas, that way, at least if they can't get internet at the house, they always got to go to the hospital, school, or city hall, so that they can go to one of those venues and use the internet. And because I kind of looked up some of the stuff on and that's kind of what y'all do, looking for advocating for veterans to go out there and do that.
One of the things that happened in the last legislative session, Representative Bill, who was here earlier, and I worked on a bill creating a task force that will begin meeting here over the next 14 months. County Veteran Service Officer Task Force is going to look at all of the issues related to what the county service veterans officer is doing, and the problem is the disparity in resources from one county to the other. And we're dividing it up. We'll have 4 veteran service officers, 2 from rural communities, 2 from urban communities. Senator Campbell, myself, Representative Flynn, and the Texas Veteran Commission. We're going to look at all these issues about how we can service officers getting training from the TVC, but beyond that, what other things we can use them for to communicate, particularly in the rural areas.
Well, I just wanted to bring up, I'm sorry to circle back to a topic actually that you brought up. I would hope maybe we address more is that family unit and how you engage the family unit. Because if you think about yourself when you're in the service, I'm speaking as a military spouse myself, that family unit is your culture, right? And so when my husband came back to OIF, medevac, I'm part of the process.
I'm no longer part of the process, thank goodness. But, you know, then when they retire and they get out, I mean, the spouse is kind of like on their own, but they're still needed, right? So that veteran is still relying on their spouse because they did back when, right? And so engaging that whole family unit, whether they're a caregiver or not, the spouse needs a job, the veteran needs a job. What's happening with the children? You have food issues, you have access to healthcare, you have access to solid education. I mean, I think that's a critical piece, and because we have so many options, there's so many great resources, but pulling that all together and how do you find that, I think would be an interesting case study, an interesting project for them to work on. So I appreciated that you brought that up.
Well, and to that point, we had several things again in this last legislative session about building, making that family even stronger and making them from bypassing licensing requirements for certain jobs when they transfer in from the state, educate children's education, and how they engage in transferring from school. So there's a lot of things, and when it's done right, it can become the glue that keeps family together. When it's not done, it's frequently the root of the problem, these problems.
And I think the success rate can be much higher when they're engaging the spouse and the veteran together.
But, and we got the good reception of these bills, so I'm very encouraged.
So 1 and 2, sir.
Right, sorry, so I'm the co-founder of Burn-Pits 360. We're an organization that advocates for those affected by this new Agent Orange, being burn pits. In the past year, we just partnered with Wounded Warrior Project in Washington and all these other national organizations to focus on the issue. But I'm going to circle back to the intergovernmental relationship. I think it's crucial, right? So for us, one way that we really effectively conduct this outreach is by involving our elected officials and reminding them that veterans issues are not partisan, right? And so we have used, so they use us, we use them, you know what I mean? But we've taken advantage of their platform to reach all those constituents, whether they're in the rural area or they're within the city limits. But it really reminding them, like, you know, you're elected to that position by us. And so, you know, it's your obligation to be at these 5Ks and to be at these events, right? And so, again, just really taking advantage of their platform and their office and asking them, you know, can you send out to your constituents a newsletter or do a PSA on this issue? And they've done it. And so that's what's worked for us. And I think that every elected official should do that.
No, that's good.
So I'm thinking about along those same lines. I'm really thinking about connectedness, or how do veterans find out or become aware of combined arms before they become veterans, before they go back to the rural areas? I don't know if that's been discussed. That's a great question. I know as a service member, if I get out, I know about the VA, I know about the VFW. How do I know about combined arms? And how do we get into bases? Let's say we just start with bases in Texas. How does every Texas veteran know about combined arms before they get out? And how can we facilitate that as a state, as a city, making active people aware, family members aware? Because often the service member may know, the veteran may know, spouses. So how can we connect before they're discharged on base, maybe go to the center, making the spouses aware of things that are available? I don't know if anybody here has inroads to that.
Go ahead. I go to the local police stations, Army, Marines, and Navy, just around my area, look at the gym thing. I know that I talked to the recruiters, I know some of the local recruiters around. I'm in shape, so I can show them a little bit of something. I'll go on the run with the Marines, 3 Marines out there. Also, some of the other things you can do, not just the recruiters, go to the run, come them up. Talk to the young Marines and young military guys before they go. Hey, I know this guy. I see the kids at the gym. I see them all running around. I say, "Why you got the Marine shirt on?" Until I'm visiting them on the boot camp. And I had a 2-minute conversation with some kid at the gym the other day. What to do and how to do it. Gave him my card. And same with the recruiter. I train a recruiter, twice a week over at the gym. And we talk about spreading combined arms more and get them more involved. Hey, come to our picnic, come to one of our meetings, just to get them out there. And then they can tell the recruits, hey, they get that idea. Plus, a lot of the good things to do is what the minority industry team does, they post, if we go to a community survey on a lunch or whatever it is, post it, because your friends may not be better, but they see how good of a circle we have. And they're gonna say, hey, that can work for others. Maybe we can help out. And a lot of people reach out to me personally and say, hey, my son's just, my daughter is moving in from Chicago, can you help me out? And it's not about me, it's supposed to be about better together, better collaborating, and how we can help each other. That way, our friends' friends, or our aunts, or whatever it is, family members, can see that stuff as kind of a cheese, a little bit of a cheese, and come back to us, and we can get more involved, we can help out to the right organization.
So we got to wrap up. We might be one more, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I want to respond to a couple of things. The family absolutely on target. A lot of the responses we get to the many events, we run about 14 events a day nationwide. So you think every day of the week, 14 events being run by Women's Warrior Project. But how we fill those events with warriors, 80% of the time it's by the spouse, it's by the caregiver. And so we target those, and a lot of other organizations are doing the same now. And so I just say it's just formulating your programs and services to meet those requirements is really the key. We have a lot going on in DC to affect governmental level decisions. Going back to your targeting, that's when I got out of the Army, I had a pretty hard decision. And when I came on with Wounded Warrior Project, I said, if only I knew this before I got out, how many thousands of soldiers could I have affected and passed on that information? It's always been the biggest challenge. Even with IMCOM, being able to talk to IMCOM and say, can you put this out at every one of your mobilization stations, every one of your task stations at the ground? What we're doing, and it's no secret, we are providing them with a video. And so when they leave, when they go through the ETS, PCS process, they're going to see our video and say, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to Houston. This is what's happening there. It's only a small step in a bigger issue. But what you're finding, going back to DC, we are addressing that as well, because it is one of those, it kind of works in cycles. When the military was trying to downsize, they wanted all the help they could from us because we was going to help them get those family members and those military members out of service and into jobs and so forth. A lot of effort was put into that. They came to us. When they wanted to retain, they didn't need us anymore. But what they are finding is they need our organizations to help that transition. And so we are working at our level anyway, not mine, but in DC, to try to affect the way that they transition out of the military. But for local services like here, try the video thing, because that 2 minutes of what they see in one of those shows while they're going through all their training to get out of the military might make all the difference.
And one of the things I do, just to let you know, is that I'm a friend of teachers, local career day. Go there and talk to them about helping them better. You may not be able to go to college, but instead of going to walking cars or wherever, you come out to be, go in the Marine, go in the Army, go in the Navy, talk to the local schools. As a matter of fact, one of the local schools, I did a run with them in October, was to do a run with them. And they actually asked me to be one of the honorary veterans for the military ball. So it's getting involved with the community itself. That's what we need to do, get the word out.
Yeah, bridging the divide. Well, I appreciate y'all's feedback and being here, being a part of this. Remember to submit your program managers, your senior staff members to this program, to this cohort. I think it's going to be really impactful in a collaborative way to share best practices and develop it as a group, as an ecosystem. And we're investing on our people, right? I think that's critically important. So if you want more information, just support. You have your staff members send it to me. We'll get it taken care of. Right after this, we have the technology town hall. So we'll talk a little bit about our technology, some of the updates and mobile application that I mentioned that's out now. Then we're having our corporate funders panel and our foundation funders panel immediately following before we close up at 3 o'clock. Concurrently, we have the Education Collaboration Committee session on room 218 upstairs and a caregiver program discovery group in 220 right after this. So if you want to stay in here for technology and corporate funders and the foundation funders, that's going to be all in here. And then education will be upstairs along with the caregiver program. So thank you all again for your amazing leadership, your collaboration, your contributions, and we'll send out some of these notes and narrow down the field on what we want these
these folks to tackle. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Carly's like, let's get you in the service. Like, I love that. Like, you're way left of the boom. Like, dude, no, let's let him do that. I'm like,
Yeah, not every day.
We love Texas Parks and I just
There's no I'll do that. I'll do the medical. Because that's, I'd rather just do it and not worry about what you need.
They're not going to stay.
Well, you know, for what
It's kind of like last time she did
But I know that like the most
Yeah. Oh, you like black chocolate butter? The vein
Yeah, I actually don't even think it's much about it. I think it's as long as it's straight line and typical. He doesn't have, he's not a stickler for.
Well, it's not his fault. I just came from the Bitter League. Last week I was in Iowa. This is the first week. No, I was in Iowa last week.
Yeah, you know, I love to say you were. Basically,
so I'm traveling around.
Yeah,
So it really doesn't matter where I come from, but it's an advantage here.
But everyone's fine.
You got so many different tools with all these things. They from the bond company, whether they can do it automatically, grant, they can send it.
I'll try and go on. What's up right here? And I was like, that email address is actually. That's from the meeting.
So, by the way,
Okay.
so like our well.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that second part again? Oh, just
I am interested in the conversation, and he just gave me his card and said that, you know, any assistance he could be, or he would like to have more information about the paper. He didn't really give a whole lot of information.
Houston leaders, those guys and everything. And also fully behind changing that.
Hello. I'm sorry.
Of what the veteran is.
And I worked for the VA for 23 years, so seeing the bureaucracy of this like delay into that.
Correct.
They did it.
So we're drastically, we're typing the form. We're doing all 32 like the plan. We're just trying to get this turned into. Well, Dohan's formatting right now, and he said that he thinks it should be able to get there without having to remove anything, right?
Well, for us, and I'll use basically.
Yeah, okay. So Dohan's saying, yeah, we're going to delete all the stuff that we're not going to get to.
Somebody else on the verge of committing suicide and bringing it back. And we're just using outdoors as that different method of getting people to the outdoors. If they need to see a counselor, we'll try to find a counselor to take the outdoors with them. And that way they don't feel like they're cut off from society, talking to one person and everything else. We'll get them in the outdoors. We'll figure out a way to do it. So, and we try to do it as a family event as well.
Well, you could just tell him that we're emailing to him because, just be like, I was absent this whole time and they're working on it and they're just going to email it to you and he won't have a problem. So don't worry about bringing it on.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he's aware of like where we are and what we're doing. Okay. All right. If you need anything else, just listen. Well, Samantha said that she said herself and her team, and I spoke with it personally, so he might assume it's me, but just as a friendly reminder, I'm going to send him an email and be like, hey, I just want to let you know. Yeah. What Zane just basically told me without saying it out loud is that his abstracts are plagiarized and shit and don't use it.
I found out about.
Oh no! I realized that. According to him, his wording. So that means they're all plagiarized.
Her husband is also a text message. My wife is over the head of us, and I was talking like we had. So we're trying to find funds. It's like, hey, Contact my wife. She does grants all the time for a $10 a month. We can get you going. What? So I got no problem. Hey, Johnny said to contact you. How do I do this grant stuff? So she's like,
Whenever we send an email with the document attached, we'll remind him about his absence.
Which is the same.
Yeah, he said, oh, I didn't realize this was here. Like, I laid all this out.
Oh, I didn't even know.
The problem is, if we turn in this document with Zane's point, we're all going to go down to
Figure out if he acts.
I'm smarter than
No, it's not. So she's like a business branch.
That's when the first day down there. It starts.
I mean, I think it's
Oh, gosh, I mean, I have heard that what's happened, maybe the last 12 months.
See, that's all misinformation. Who told you that? First of all, let's track this one down. I'm gonna lock everyone in. I said, like, you would say something. It probably looked like that yesterday. It's like,
In the multiple
but it, yeah.
No, it's really Space Center in El Dorado.
Oh, okay.
The lunch was great.
I have one of them.
And they do it at
The travel.
It sounds like
What days?
City of Houston.
Oh.
And it did permit, they were able to suspend but in doing that from a foundation perspective, they were telling those students, your homelessness dollars, your homelessness efforts, you know, get involved and fund what we're doing. And don't worry about the rest because everyone else is part of the problem, part of the solution. Well, they were addressing chronic homelessness, which is homeless for 6 to 12 months or more, whatever that official number is. But acute homelessness is that person who's left out for the rest of and they need coverage, they need help, it's not skill, whatever, but they live patient. Right, so, but they sucked all of the acute homelessness out of the entropy and I love it. Likely because they're not that bridge that we can offer them. And they also are looking to centralize it.
But there's a couple.
But some of the small organizations in the periphery, to close down because they were part of the problem, not the solution, because they provided services.
Yeah.
But in doing that,
Monday.
again, there's a population that might go under for 2 to 3 months by our children going to
Some preliminary data.
Okay, well, I already shared the presentation. This is really painful on a lot of awesome. Yeah. Wait, so have you?
So it has, yes.
I'm working on let me do it. Your capabilities are much better. Should have brought the membership.
But there's just the same problem with cities so we here is in order to stay and
Sponsoring, yeah. Well, it's still percentage of Texas that they go to it. So
safe housing.
that still needs to.
Part of that housing is well, the addiction, is it a child or is it the addiction? The reason we have a roof over their heads and a roof they decided that anyone who funded had to accommodate those who were homeless and assistance. That's kind of, that's tricky because when you're dealing with a population that's just going to know substance abuse, they're doing all they can to take bondage, and then you put an additive and start with next to you, the chances of
Central.
lead them to addiction. Did the addiction come first?
I was there last year.
Oh, you were?
We had a bunch of words too.
Oh, you did? Specific thing.
We've been on every.
So the Harris County Jail is the psychiatric operation.
Oh, you were? Ah.
We did something like 80 to 90% of the people who come into the jail have substance abuse or mental illness. Well, but and then they treat no patients and then it's stable. They, you know, they don't have to support system.
So, you know, I was just on a panel with Alex. He's doing it's called Open to the Convenient. I was just on a panel with Alex talking about Nate Boyer is the that's it. This is Jerry Station during that. Very. But also on board founder, National Veterans of Media, which is part of Jerry is the owner of restaurant.
Right, both sides.
Air Force, former Air Force, 30 pilots, right? Yeah, jets, not props. Yeah.
It's just
Real
I pulled out.
stuff.
I didn't put
This stuff is over. G Forum, the Academy Association. I don't know what
Is it mine or?
That's
It was under mine.
their centerpiece that gives multiple brands, but the like wine, bars, oh my god.
I actually have an appreciation for that because I understand these things are really different. Like people eat out.
Yes, and
Yeah.
We have over 11,000 restaurants.
So you have restaurants?
yeah.
Very good.
Nice.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Only I was at 16 a real.
I would say
Then I retrained and just as special. So it's good.
So I've got a couple of sign up. Say they're going to apply for to the national universities.
I went the wrong way. Well, I was actually, trying to get
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stay. Give me the name. Free scholarships, right?
Yes, exactly. You know, I know we talked about them, I can't, always want them as a conversation.
Yeah, you did a web, which by the way. He's actually off joking with you guys. Yeah, and
Yeah, when I was shorts and t-shirts, all of a sudden here comes in, hey, so you think, oh, hey, I want to, well, that's what I was. That's not. So my office is coming through the doors, whatever they get over I'm sitting here, comes in my they turn those on their watch. I'm busy. They turn the volume up. And I start getting it's like, oh yeah, you can't check them also. All right, everybody get so then, but for me, you're sitting there, you say to the computer, that's what kids say. But you have to go in, unlock it, the combination, you want to sit for that box. And then go log on to your system.
Yes, my first year.
And then on top of it, I'm going to come down to build.
And I said, I don't think it moved it for us, I think it moved it for the box. What is he going to do? Eat cake and crap. Eat cake and crap. Well, you know, so I don't get out of town. Some of his wife know how to get out of town. Any young parents like me.
We're both editing that at the same time.
Just member appreciation. But you can speak at that one.
The one on the list is
Oh, that it's, you know,
I can help it.
excuse me, it's a matter of fact. Well, it's, what's really fun is wait until, he's actually fun to deal with. And Leah's, you definitely want to hang on. But what you really want to do is stick around at the end.
We're gonna go something first.
So what's the technology It's a pretty good one. It's like, I mean, it's gonna always. Yeah.
There's a lot of action. He said he's 1779.
So, but she's 20 years old. They were, that's the. Yeah, Nancy's better. That's what life is different.
Pronto?
Howdy. I don't want to blow everyone's ears out. Damien, can you hear me? Nope.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up? Even Ben can hear me. He's got really bad hearing. Welcome back. I know that we're changing over workshops. For those of you guys who are here for the technology workshop, we're going to be doing that until approximately 2 o'clock, and then we're going to have our corporate funder panel. So we have a couple of our corporate partners and leaders here in the room. But with that, I would love to bring up Ray Mendez, who is on our technology team here at Convening Arms, standing right behind me. So if you guys have any complaints, any gripes, any problems, any technical issues, please bring it up to Ray and harass him 24/7. He's available, even on the weekends, so. But if you guys would give Ray your attention, he's going to walk through some of our cool new updates on the technology platform. Thanks, man.
Thanks, John. My name is Ray on the technology team for Convening Arms. So I'm going to go over the app really quick, show you guys how to search for it. There was an issue with the Android app, so we're lucky enough to have Salesforce, the actual Salesforce, develop our apps for us, and they ran some issues building the app on the Android side. So right now it's just available for iOS. When that has been corrected, I'll push out a notice to everyone in the system, let you know that the Android app is ready to go, so you guys can download that. So if you all searched for apps before, you go to the App Store and type in Combined Arms.
Quiet down, please, you're talking to President Einstein. Let's give the respect to their seat.
So just type in Combined Arms and it should pop up. There you go. And we all know how to download an app, hopefully. If not, then I'll send you this video. All right, I'll need to play the next video. There we go. And once you download the app, it's going to take you to the login screen. And from there, if you have Combined Arms access, you go to log in into the system. And the cool thing about the app is that it mirrors the members portal. And at the moment, we don't have one for the veterans because we want to test the app first with our members to make sure that it's going to do what we need to do. Like once you log in, because it's just like the members portal, so if you have access to our portal, this should be very familiar to you. There's a help ticket button right there. If you have any issues, please submit a help desk ticket. And the cool thing is you can post discussions like you can in the portal. And we really want you guys to start posting discussions so we can conversation going in the system itself. We all have the same issues being better nonprofits, so I'll make sure to help. So I did this one this morning just to show you that this would and will post to the actual portal itself. So, quick question, thoughts on convening and details, any good ideas? It's very simple. Then you post the navigational topic that you want it to be posted to. CAC's announcement, portal tips, transition assistance, organizational announcements. Submit that, and there you go. It's going to be posted in the actual portal itself. You scroll down, you get your dashboard. That's real-time data that you guys will be seeing. And you also see the events that we have coming up. Everyone, please go to the gym and use it. It's awesome. And you can also filter by events if you need to. You can find what event that you want to go to or attend. And let's see, you have a leaderboard. The more you post, the more points you get. Pretty awesome. Brian's gonna be able to talk, so I can post stuff.
I have a question.
Yeah, can you pause the video real quick?
Is there a way that before this comes up to the login page, you guys have steps on how to use the app, or what makes you qualified to have a login, or how do you go about getting a login? So it's not just.
So everyone who is a community leader, and as the video goes on, we're going to show the real power of it and why we wanted an app to begin with, and that's to use EchoLink to make it quick and easy to use EchoLink. So anyone who has member portal access can log into the app. At the moment, veterans cannot download this app.
This isn't for veterans. This is for
This is not for veterans.
And then we're going to do the veteran facing portal later on.
So as you guys are seeing here, I'll get back to your question, Jonathan. You could go to the directory and look up organization and see who's the primary contact for that organization. You can reach out to that organization if you need to. Gives you some information, and you can filter that on service type. So here goes the EchoLink. This is the main piece behind what we wanted an app. For our members and our community leaders to be able to connect veterans instantly using EchoLink through the app. Therefore, you don't have to log into your web browser anymore. You just download the app, and it does the same exact thing it does before. This is me creating an EchoLink to Nextstop.
So you say you're meeting a veteran at an event out in the field, you know, you're at the job fair, you're at a social, family gathering, and you find out that they need employment help, that they're underemployed or unemployed, and Ray's talking to the veteran, and boom, within 20 seconds he can send them to Nextstop, and then Nextstop, same accountability applies, the 96-hour rule. When in fact it's like 5 hours for Nextstop because Asia's on it. She's probably on it right now, she's gonna like respond.
So again, it mirrors the exact member portal that's online, which is very user-friendly, and that's what we were going for. Didn't want to complicate the process here, so we wanted to keep it as plain, simple, and familiar as we could. So there goes your resources after you select career services, and like I said, it's just like the portal. It gives you the organizations that help with career services. And I'll let Asia know this was a test, so she isn't responding back to it. And once you finish, there you go. Simple. Besides this, in the next coming months, we're looking to redo our assessment system. So it's going to be, how can I say this? It's how we're going to develop the new assessment system is it's kind of like a dating app, except we're going to match the veteran with the correct resource or the resource that best fits them. So we're going to have, let's say I am a post-9/11 veteran and I want to get a job, so I go to Next Stop and I do a quick assessment. It's going to go down to 12. Let's say I am a post-9/11 veteran and I want to get a job, so I go to Next Stop and I do a quick assessment. It's going to go down 12 assessments to 12 questions. Being around for 3 years, they've collected enough data to know what to ask now and how to streamline that process and get the veterans connected quicker, faster, and more efficiently. So based off my information I put in the system, it's going to give me a percentage of organization national best. So in the next coming months, we're going to look to roll that out, probably first quarter of next year. And also we're building out a territory coverage map that's going to align every organization with its proper territory or coverage area. So if you're a veteran in Fort Bend looking for resources in Fort Bend, you're only going to see those resources. You're not going to be able to see resources that are in Harris County because the big issue that, not a big issue, but an issue that we run into are limitations of some organizations that they can work with certain veterans because of where they live. So to stop that from happening, we're going to implement that change as well. Do you have any questions on technology?
Do you share information for the intake process with other organizations? They don't have to fill it out again, or?
We give them the basic information. We don't really feed the data into their system because everyone uses different CRMs or different platforms. There is a capability for that, but we have to know what you use and let's get with your technology team and figure out the APIs behind that. But we can connect organizations if that's the route we want to go.
What's the version 2.0 on the assessment that you just mentioned where you can match a certain person?
Yeah, I did. So I said
what is that like? I mean, can you is there a like organization or a like technology tool that we might be familiar with as consumers that might be like? I'm trying to think. I don't.
It's a dating app, honestly. It's a dating app. So just think of the veterans coming to the organizations. We're trying to match them perfectly so they get the best services they can. So they're not wasting their time, or you guys aren't wasting your time finding out this veteran isn't a good match for you. So we know, and the veteran knows that, okay, I'm an 88% match with this organization. I'm gonna go with this organization and not the one that I'm a 50% match with. So that's where we're taking the assessment system. Like I said, it's gonna go from 12 assessments to 25 to 30 questions, because now we have enough data to know what to ask and how to help the veterans quicker.
So it's like Match.com for.
It's like Match.com or Farmers Only.
Farmers Only.
Whatever you guys prefer, I don't know.
Those commercials are great. We gotta come up with a commercial like that.
Has there ever been a thought of as you make a collective referral, it actually makes the connection to that other organization? I know many of the organizations within Combined Arms use Salesforce. Has there ever been a way to link Combined Arms Network or organizations to make an actual link into the Citizen Word Project organization or Salesforce?
So we have tried that in the past, and
Can you restate the question?
okay. So what Jonathan was asking is that can our system create a lead in their system? They use Salesforce as well. So any veteran that comes to our system and they connect with Next Stop, will it create a lead for them? There is a way to do that. At the moment, we have tried that in the past with an organization, but the issue we ran into is that our flows and processes were different. So some of the information wasn't getting carried over properly. And we found it really wasn't helping the mission at the end of the day. It was causing more of an issue than solving the problem.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to log into your thing. The difference between Equilink and add new client, what's the difference between those two? When you run into a veteran, somebody else out in town, do you want to use Equilink or add new client?
We want to Equilink them, definitely. Because if you're Equilink somebody, they probably need services immediately, or you want to give them the option to go and find their own services. So definitely Echolink is what we want to use. Any more questions? Don, you have anything else?
A couple more minutes until we need to roll over to the corporate panel, but we can start the corporate panel early.
Chris?
I have a question. So you're saying that when they sign up, it's gonna be like based on matches? So if they're 8% match, can you still sign up for organizations like?
Yes, so they definitely can still sign up for another organization that they're not a good match with, but to help them choose the best organization for them and then their need, that's why that percentage is there. But the veterans still get to sign up for an organization they want to. We're not going to tell them not to. We're just going to say, hey, this is probably more helpful to sign up with this organization because you're probably going to get served faster. Yeah.
Just for the room, what else have y'all not seen in the app you would want them to have on their mind as they keep developing this tool? Perfect.
Oh.
Yes.
When you move to the client platform version of it, is there a way to check in at events or can you design that?
Yes. So at the moment, we're looking at an event management system. And with that, we'll have the capability of checking attendees in via the phone.
And could they get a notification to check in? Like, could we encourage them because we know they're there?
Yeah, we can pretty sure we put a geofence around that event. So if they enter that area, then they'll ping them, hey, you need to go check in. That's something we could do. We'll more than likely look at something like that moving forward.
For some of the kind of wrapping up what she was saying, that's when it gets out to the veterans, they go into an event and they click to share on Facebook, click to share on, let them check in on some kind of social media.
So with that, with the veteran portal, I'm not sure when those will come out because Salesforce is built on ours is built on communities, and they have a separate community from the members. So having to match those communities together, put them together without having the data data bleed over, that's something we have to look at right now. So we're still planning that out on how that's going to happen because we definitely don't want the veteran to see some data they should be seeing, especially on our end because we do have a lot of data. So we'll be fighting the weeds through that pretty soon.
But also the event management tool that we're looking at will have a social share piece on it. So if you're on the page RSVP, either in the confirmation email or on the page, we're getting info message. You can click share to Facebook, share to LinkedIn, make it easier to kind of get some social minimum.
Everyone good? Any questions about the portal itself, our Salesforce platform?
Just real quick on the matching, can you talk a little bit about how we're matching the veteran to the resource and like go a little bit behind the Dewey Decimal System that we created?
That's a good question. All right, so within our system right now, we have developed our own Dewey Decimal System. So based off the veteran's responses, it gives a certain number. And with those certain numbers, it gives us a string of numbers. So that's how we're gonna be able to match veterans to these organizations. So soon we're gonna be reaching out to the organizations here and saying, hey, what's your ideal client? So we could come up with that number with you guys. Is it post 9/11 or do you service everyone? Then from on, Dewey Decimal Point system right there is going to help us write that algorithm, the matching algorithm. Yeah.
I may have missed this, but could you integrate LinkedIn, a link profile list?
So yes, but LinkedIn does have some scraping issues behind it that won't allow us to do it. That's something we have spoke about, I think last week, someone mentioned LinkedIn, and that came up, scraping profiles. LinkedIn doesn't like it to happen, but I'm pretty sure we can find a way to do it. Legal.
Yeah.
Throw that out there.
Yeah, but the concept, because that's a really great question. It's like a pie in the sky opportunity for us, because as we all know, most service members are encouraged to join LinkedIn upon transition when they're in the TAPS classes, because we get a 1 year of free LinkedIn premium. And how we could essentially, when they switch the geolocation from San Diego, California to Houston, Texas, we can then filter by service branch, which is their current or past employer, and filter, and then eventually get a lead generation list of all inbound service members who just joined LinkedIn and switch to geolocation. We could essentially solve the DoD dilemma of bad transition and transitioning these folks out of California to Texas, for example, by applying a private solution, a private application. What we asked LinkedIn if they would be willing to pilot that with Houston and Combined Arms and see if it works. They haven't gotten back to us yet, but we'll keep you guys updated because that could play into a potential to convert their profiles into Combined Arms as a client, right? I think it's a good idea. Write that one down. Like that.
Yeah, I will. That's a note for that.
Yeah.
Anyone, Jonathan, have a question? Let's see, raise your
I
hand.
was just gonna ask, whenever the veterans do complete an assessment, sometimes it does assign multiple cases. And I know for the back to the next month, whenever they select, they need a resume assistance. For us, that ultimately leads to career replacement, right? And that's a different case than combined arms science. Has there ever been a conversation of opening one case for one organization only, and
Yes.
that be the defining factor of whether that service was completed or not, instead of assigning multiple cases, so that it shows that there's a lot more.
Yeah. So his question is, so veterans do have a tendency to open up more cases than they should for one service. And with a Wounded Warrior Project, they offer multiple services, and a veteran would sign up for half of them, not. So about that, what we did, we turn up suggested resources so they can max enroll themselves in 275 resources at one time, just by clicking the connect button. But moving forward, the thought process for our assessment system 2.0 was we heard the cross complaints about that. So what we're doing to stop that is stop asking, do you need resume services, do you need interview coaching? Because it's now the assumption that when a veteran asks for career services, the organizations are going to give them that regardless whether or not they ask for that. So with our 2.0 assessment system, it's going to take care of that. It's going to ask, are you looking for career services? Yes, that's all it's going to ask about career services. And we know, all right, based off your demographic data, this organization is the best fit for you. Any more questions? Jonathan? Okay. I could go all day on Salesforce. You guys want? All right. That's it.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you, Ray.
Give us just a minute, we'll get set up and we'll get going. Have a seat. Yeah.
All right, so I appreciate each of you committing $10,000 of your own personal money to someone in this room today. I'm just kidding. Just make sure everybody's paying attention. So we're going to be talking about corporate philanthropy and the corporate funders panel. So it's a little bit more nuanced from some of your foundation approach, and so we really want to be able to talk about the things that are happening through this revenue channel.
Jason's here too.
So real quick, we're going to go through some introductions. I'd like for everybody to just kind of introduce yourself to the group, tell them what organization you're with, as well as how long you've been with that organization. And let's go ahead and just start there. Kelly, you want to get us started?
Trying to figure out, turn on the microphone.
That's the first test.
Well, while we're waiting, my name's Kelly Simmons. I manage our North Houston commercial team. I'm also chair our Veterans Military Business Resource Management. I've been with the bank for 21 years. Makes me sound really old. I was in the Navy from 92 to 96.
Hello. I'm Jerry Lasco. I'm the owner of Lasco Enterprises. It's a restaurant group, and we do our best to support the veteran community. We started that about 17 years ago. Before that, I was an Air Force officer and veteran.
Hey everybody, my name is Jason Pock. I'm at the Boeing Company based out of Washington, D.C. I've been with the company now going on 5 years. Prior to that, I was on the Hill, worked for Senator Jack Reed in fellowship capacity. And then before that, I was in the Army from 2011 to 2014.
Great, so we have 3 different branches of service, and we kind of have 3 different levels of corporate philanthropy, from privately owned, regional, to national. So, gentlemen, what I want to kind of talk about, when people think of corporate philanthropy, I think that people think of it as the biggest pot of philanthropic dollars. I think that personal donations and bequeaths amounts to about 72, 78%, and the corporate funding pool is about 8% of total philanthropy nationwide. So what do y'all have as kind of your priorities inside of your philanthropic giving into your community programs?
I'll go first. So you got to sort of at Amity Bank, we're part of a broader organization, Zion's Bank, in the Western United States footprint. As you go out and you're looking for money, you sort of got to think about the framework of how we look to give out money or to commit to the community. So when you're kind of a broader, bigger organization, you got to think like they do. Because of the size that you have and the communication channels that you have through its employees down through various chains and departments, you sort of channel it to simple thoughts. And so for ours, is real simple focus. Is what contributes to our workplace, what contributes to our workforce, and what contributes to our marketplace. And how that affects each of our 3 groups is really how we generate and take care of our employee base and our clients. So within the philanthropy dollar, it's important that we look at how does it affect our employee base, where are the communities that we serve. And as a bank, which is going to be different, which is good, it's different than Boeing. Our customer base is significantly different. We have retail, we've got small, middle market sized businesses. We don't get into banking and Boeing, so to speak. It may be a participation, but that's a completely separate deal. So our reach will go both ways in terms of how we do that. So it's broad. How are our clients affected by the philanthropy dollars that we do? Is it connected to our customer base? And then really importantly is our workforce. How does it impact the places in the area in which our employees live? And that's really how we think about it. It doesn't get much more complicated than that. And so when you're thinking about veterans specifically here, we have veterans in our workforce. We have companies that are owned by veterans. We have prospects that are veterans. But we also have families who's got current active military service. So it's a big piece of what we do. So it's very important. And so as you're looking to us in philanthropy dollars, is how does it contribute to that? Well, it's going to be the same workplace that you're looking to do. So how do you make that connection between us and your activities is really important.
Yeah. So some similarities with our business. Like banking, our community is what we serve, and at the same point in time, our lifeblood. So the connection with the community is very important for a restaurant group. We want to have a great connection out there. And, besides being a veteran, we see the veteran community as a very impactful community to be a part of, not only as customers, but as employees, people that we have in our company and running our company. So we tend to look at groups, I think everybody, I think there's a stimulation when you pick something that you have a personal background with, or you have it touches a personal nerve, whether you're, one of our other passions is children's education. But the veteran community is a great opportunity to give back to those that have given us as civilians now the opportunity to live in a world that has that jobs and opportunities as civilians. So to take that the next step further, what do we look for in a veteran group? I think the answer for us is impact. How impactful is it? We want to you not only want a group with good intentions, but a group that can deliver those intentions.
So from the Boeing side, I had the honor to, and privilege actually, to, when I joined the Boeing Global Engagement Team, which is essentially the philanthropic arm of the company. I'm amongst 40 other teammates that are spread across the entire United States. We also have international focals that do our charitable engagement work, whether it's grant making, sponsorships, business contributions, also the employee engagement function. Boeing is a very large company. We have over 150,000 employees worldwide in over 65 different countries. 20,000 of those employees are veterans. And with that being said, inherently what we do, a big portion of our business is dedicated to the defense customer. So, you know, when, and I'm going to be very, very transparent in sharing, when I first joined, I was surprised to know that support for military veterans and their families was not a key priority area or a key pillar. A lot of how large corporations thought or think about their charitable giving at that time was taking this peanut butter spread approach. And, you know, admittedly, we at the time took that approach as well. But since then, we have gone through a tremendous transformation and evolution. We've consolidated what used to be 5 very broad categories to now 3. That is inherently part of who we are as a company. So the first is our support for our future, is how we like to call that priority pillar, and that is dedicated to supporting education initiatives, STEM-related initiatives. Company-wide, we are an aerospace engineering company, so you'd think that is a very big chunk of where our support in the community goes. The second, I'm proud to announce that it is our heroes, which is our support for our military veterans and their families. Like I alluded to earlier, it wasn't a priority area, but now it truly is. So we're looking at those two are our future, our heroes, and then the last category pillar is our homes. So wherever Boeing has a presence in the country, there are unique and inherent community needs that need to be addressed. I like to throw the example of in Chicago, which is our headquarters for our company, we like to address low-income youth gun violence. Our homes pillars used to address natural disaster recovery relief efforts. So that pillar, the way that we approach our giving are those 3 essential pillars. And particularly speaking to the veterans pillar, Boeing has been over the years pretty active in the workforce transition piece, ensuring that our military veterans and their families are ensuring a smooth transition from the deployment military life to whatever career field they want to get into next. And a relatively newer area for Boeing over the past couple of years has been the recovery rehabilitation focus area, which is not only addressing the physical injuries that our service members and their families incur, but also addressing the invisible wounds of war. So you're talking about suicide prevention, mental health, TBI, PTS, PTSD, however you want to frame it. I'll kind of pause there and say those are our broad categories, and that's where we hone in at Boeing, and we'll pull the string on the fact that Jerry said impact. That is how we approach our giving as well, is to maximize that impact. It's not necessarily about how many military veterans and their families you're serving. Rather, it's probably more about how if your programming is effective and if it's quality programming. There are an abundance of programs and organizations out there that are doing great things. But oftentimes when I'm engaging with potential partners, I ask who else is doing that work in the space in your region, in your area, whether it's national, regional, state, and local, and have you engaged those partners, and what are you doing together to collaborate, essentially to make sure that you're maximizing the impact to the people that you're trying to serve. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So, we have a group of nonprofits here that are all looking to both better understand how you work, but also the corporate philanthropy model writ large. Can each of you talk about the largest donation that y'all have made, either on an ongoing or one-time basis, but how did that relationship begin? And kind of how did it get there? Because I think a lot of times, Boeing just made a really great presentation to Combined Arms Space for Grace After Fire for $100,000, but that wasn't the first time that y'all met, was that application. And maybe in particular that one, Jason, but could each of you just kind of talk about one agency in particular that you've worked with, and how did that relationship start, evolve, and kind of hit its high point?
So
At Amity, the biggest one that we've been associated with is not veteran, but they have veteran impact. It's kind of a broad spectrum. It really is one of the peanut butter approach, but it's definitely located here, is that we have a big tie to United Way. So, but it started at the very creation, beginning of our days back in the early 90s with Walter Johnson and his relationship with folks over at United Way, to where this year we spend pretty much the month of February and March internally with our employees. It's not just a company giving, but we raised amongst the employee group and the executive group $1 million. And we are the largest contributor to United Way on an annual basis. But that's just a piece of what we do. It's a very large thing that affects the broader Houston area. We do it in Dallas and San Antonio as well. But that relationship's been going on for 27 years at this point in time, and have a lot of broad connections through that and work with a lot of organizations. But I bring that one up not because it's our largest, but I think it's also, it's the impact of when you go to a corporation and you're looking at a bank like ours, and we're doing this a lot, we're trying to do it more with the veteran piece, is that you just don't look for the corporate dollar when you're talking to them. Those were employee givings. Those were $1 million is what we went to our own employees and asked them to give through various, raffles, charities, monthly givings. So when you go in there and you want to work, we're doing that with the veterans. Is we're going back through, not only are we looking for the bank impact, but we're looking for ways that incorporate our employees, because they want to give too, and they also want to give to a place that somehow has been vetted. And so to that degree, the fact that it comes along with the recommendation of who we're working with, that we're boots on the ground with them, that we're doing side-by-side volunteer opportunities, the money comes a little easier that way, but the other side of it is it comes exponentially. So Amity could write a check for whatever amount it would, kind of secretly give it out there. But then how would you get the other $1 million that goes alongside that, like we did that year? So that's sort of why I bring that one up.
You just gave me a really good idea, Kelly. I got it up there. For us, our largest partnership is with a group called Genesis Works here in Houston. And Genesis Works provides internships and scholarships to kids that grew up in neighborhoods and go to schools that have been overlooked. Say they're underprivileged youth, and it's got an incredible track record and incredible impact. I just went to the big gala yesterday, and 100% graduate from high school, and it's 17 years old. So that's tens of thousands of kids that have gone through this program, and 100% have graduated from high school. 94% have gone on to some sort of post-degree, like college, and 80% of them by 25 years old make, I think it was $45,000 a year, which is in 85% of the cases more than their parents make. 80% of them are the first in their family to ever go to college or ever go on after high school. So how did that relationship start? I think that's the great question. It doesn't just start with a cold call, and that's really important. It started as a relationship. 3 or 4 years ago, I was approached, I got to become friends with the founder of this organization, and that relationship developed slowly over time. We got to know each other. I got invited to several events. We saw the impact in the community that they were making. So it became something that we not only believed in up here, but next thing you know, we're touched right here. So there's that connection. Now, that partnership has accumulated over years, and last year I guess there was a brainstorming process. First, we asked the question, all right, we believe in what you're doing, but how can we help? How can our business help? How can we maximize that? Our input, I guess. So we came up with this idea. Every year, one of our concepts, the Tasting Room, throws Houston's largest food and wine festival. And it's in November. So we decided to partner up with Genesis Works. In the past, we'd always partnered with a charity and this and that, but we decided to partner up with Genesis Works, and the commitment was on both sides. We were going to go full in. They were going to market it. They were going to provide volunteers. They were going to get their people involved, and we were going to focus on how we can increase that impact from a, say, $5,000 check to last year, and we're a much smaller company than Amegy, but a similar number, just one less zero. We raised about $100,000 in one day at this event. So that was the biggest contribution we've ever made, and we couldn't have done it without that team synergy of both sides deciding they were really going to go all in for it.
From the Boeing side, I'll say our signature workforce transition partnership and investment is with the USO. We've had a long-standing relationship and partnership with the USO over the years, way before my time. And when I came into this role, prior to that, I was a community investor in a specific region, which was in the Potomac region, inclusive of DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And I'll say over time, as now I spearhead a lot of our national strategic initiatives, the way we approached the USO national grant was access. As everybody may be very well aware, the USO is present in almost every single military installation, whether it be through entertainment and hospitality, taking celebrities overseas. At the time that we had discussions with the USO, they wanted to go into the transition space and meet those transitioning service members or those that are thinking about it at where they were at those bases. And so our partnership specifically was to stand up these Pathfinder centers all across the major military installations domestically and also internationally as well. We as a global company, when we look at supporting our transitioning service members, it's not just unique to, I'll just be very candid, to the US service members. We have customers and we have employees in Australia, in the UK, and over, as I said before, 65 different countries. So there's some stipulations, restrictions with some of the countries that we are in regards to disclosure of that information. But I'll tell you, my leadership is always asking me, how are we thinking globally about this? We have about, I think, 4,000 employees or so in Australia, and a significant percentage of those employees are veterans of the Australian Army, or the Australian services. So the USO is, I would say, the largest investment, particularly in the veteran space. But I'll tell you, whatever regional, local grant or support or partnership, the way that our community investors, or the way that I advise our teammates across the global engagement team to pursue these partnerships is really look at how organizations are doing things different and doing things creatively and innovatively. We look at what are the broad problems that are plaguing our transitioning service member and family population. We say the civilian military divide, or workforce transition, recovery rehabilitation. The organizations that I tend to want to spend more time with are the organizations that are doing it different and are doing it in a really impactful, meaningful way. And an example I'll throw out is an organization called Dog Tag Bakery. I was there 2 days ago. If you all are familiar with that organization, they're based in Georgetown in Washington, DC, and they have adopted this model of where they are bringing in transitioning service members, spouses, family caregivers, and they're running them through this fellowship program that at the conclusion of it, the individual receives a certificate of business administration from Georgetown University. And so you're having, on top of that, it's a living business school where they're operating a bakery and learning all aspects of how to run a business: marketing, communication, business development, finance. They do rotations with the different aspects of that business operating, right? So there's no other fellowship program like that. At the time when I was having discussions with the Dog Tag team, the Dog Tag Bakery team, I've never heard anything as I've heard any other transition fellowship opportunities for military veterans, but this one is truly different because you're actually offering them an education credential on top of that, giving them that experiential learning opportunity to know how to run a business. And they have been a great partner of ours over the years, and they continue to be. So
I'd also like to comment. Jason and I really just met yesterday with the Grace at the Fire event, but I got to know Jerry because we hosted an event there that was a third-party fundraiser. And so I think that, there's a lot of opportunities as you do your community engagement to really just focus on those interpersonal relationships and being business owners, being veterans, That really helped that interpersonal relationship blossom. And with Kelly, I met Kelly through the Veteran Employee Resource Group. And if y'all don't know, Combined Arms has a group in Houston of about 70 Veteran Employee Resource Groups. So last month, or earlier this month, I can't remember how long ago it was, we got to introduce Steph from Next Stop, and she got to present in front of these groups. Next month, we're gonna have Mission Continues. Damien's gonna be talking about the mass deployment Operation Bayou City Blitz. Got it, all right, I've been messing that one up. But that's a funding opportunity where they're now getting in front of a lot of these VRGs. So these are opportunities where you're moving into a target-rich environment of people who are already have a shared identity. They're military service members or those really passionate about supporting it. And then December, if Crystal's here, we'll have Hope for the Warriors promoting one of their things. So what I would just offer to the room is if there's an opportunity or a corporate partner that you want to get in touch with, Combined Arms has a lot of those relationships, not necessarily with the community relations specialist that may be making a decision or cutting a check, but we can make those introductions and establish those relationships that will lead to other things. And maybe it's volunteering, maybe it's co-branding, a lot of different things. And Kelly, you touched on a little bit. What are those other assets that can be deployed? I know we've done work on the family picnic. Y'all came out en masse for that. Is there a different way to access those resources that aren't necessarily dollars, but maybe are saving dollars for an organization, or just they're an additional asset to operations?
Yeah, so I'm a bank. We're not very smart. We just take deposits and lend it out. So when people come to us, it's always helpful if someone has an idea, because we're pretty generic as it comes to the time. What we do has been pretty much the same for the past 75 years that you've been around. But having said that, we do have, you're talking about the connections, and we're trying to perfect this a little bit. I'm working on it. I'm terrible at throwing events. We've talked about this before, but with the Next Stop deal, we did one in April. We're trying to perfect how we can do this. I have access to, just in my portfolio on the north-hand side, billions of dollars of revenues of companies that don't know that y'all exist. And the truth is, they want to know y'all exist, but as y'all are running your organizations and your charitable, you know how difficult it is to get out there and make your name, because your day-in job is what you're doing. They would love access to the veteran community board. So part of what we're trying to do is extend that. So when you talk about different assets, it's coming to us, and with the Next Stop deal, we said, I can go just write a check to when John was back there and send this out and get money, or I could spend $1,800, is what it would cost. It cost $1,800, we threw a lunch. We invited in 33 different companies. And from that event, I think we've had probably half of them said they were interested. We got probably 6 vets employed. I don't know the exact figures, John, you may know them. But it's called good operating leverage. $1,800 probably led to 5 times amount as much of that in money going back to Next Stop. So those are the things when you're talking about ideas. You're talking about doing this. I think it was a stupid Super Bowl commercial a couple of years ago where, hey, it's a win-win. Listen, in bank, I'm always looking for a win-win. I like to close a deal, but I like to know it's doing something good for our community. So in that double-edged thing, we're able to bring in our clients, but we're also able to introduce them to something that's real and tangible that can get them access to employees that they didn't know happened, that really only the chevrons of the world. And I'm not picking on Boeing, because Boeing does a good job with veterans, but only that Boeing would have access to the world, because they've got the resources to go out and do this. So you're talking about a $20 million revenue company that wants to go hire a veteran. They would have never heard about Next Stop. And so those are some of the things that we do. When you talk about the community relationship specialists at corporations might help you. But in terms of who you go out and look for, find out who's really out there in the community that can connect you to more than just the corporation you're talking to. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah.
That's sort of.
Yeah, along those same lines, I think creative thinking is really critical. So it's a competitive world out there. There's a lot of opportunities and challenges for every dollar. So you want to come with some sort of creative idea, disruptive thinking, somehow to create that win-win, aligning objectives. Hey, what are your objectives in this case? Here's what and I love that transparency. When someone comes to me and says, here's what we're trying to do, how can you help? And then a little later in that conversation, okay, here's how we can help. but here's what we're also trying to do. How can you help? And you find that win-win scenario, because as Kelly said, there's a lot of people that want to give, and they want to increase their impact on the community as well as their presence in the community. Presence is a big thing for you all to keep in mind. It feels good to make an impact, but we're also running businesses, so that presence gets our name out there as a business. Maybe get somebody to bank at Amegy versus going down the road somewhere else, or maybe get someone to go to Max's Wine Diver to Tasty Room as opposed to another restaurant. So come with the ideas, and don't be shy about saying, here's what we need. You can lead with that, but then what can you do?
So I will say, very similar to Kelly and Jerry, what they were speaking of in terms of engaging our employees. As I mentioned, we have a lot of veterans within our ranks, and we lean heavily on those employee resource groups specifically catered to that. We call it the Boeing Veteran Engagement Team. I participate on their routine tag-ups, which is almost every week, maybe every week too many. They have a lot of great ideas, and they always bring to the table organizations out there at the local level, whichever site that they're at, that they want to see a growing partnership for, or with, excuse me. When organizations come to me and we have discussions, I find myself on a day-to-day speaking to a new organization almost daily. And whether it be through an introduction from a fellow teammate in the veteran space, or a senior executive in our company, or any employee, that I sit across with in a meeting, right? So I always have these introductory calls, and I'm having myself, and I'll be very, very transparent in saying I have to say no about 70% of the time. When you talk about how you approach a company from a development and fundraising standpoint, I think it would be smart, as a piece of advice, to identify who that individual is. Say, if it is myself as the military veteran lead for Boeing Global Engagement, to consolidate your efforts on how you approach a company. We, at the corporate level, I'll backtrack a little bit and talk about how our resources are not unlimited. There are different varieties and different colors of money where support can come from. But again, to the point that Jerry and Kelly were making earlier, it's not all about just the money. I think, over the years, philanthropy has really changed, and we've approached it in a way where we're going to demand an ROI for the check that we're going to write. It's not just about writing a check now and slapping Boeing's name on a fundraiser or a support for an organization and say, that's it, we're good. It's more about how we engage with those partners and how that partnership can flourish and continue to grow and continue to scale. So we're going to take calculated risks on those smaller organizations. We understand that, but also know that, to Jerry's point, we like that creative approach, that innovation. We're an innovative company. So we're coming up with ideas. All the good ideas aren't always generated by myself or any member of the Boeing team. It comes from community partners such as yourselves, and it's a team effort. It's a partnership. It's not just writing checks and giving them.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I really appreciate it. I want to make a few minutes to make sure we get some questions from the crowd. Nothing. Leon.
What's the best way to connect with your veteran resource groups?
I'll give you my card afterwards.
Yeah, our group is me. Give me a call, send me an email.
So I'd say from the Boeing side, we have an external website, and if you go look at our charitable tab, community engagement tab, and you are interested in applying for a grant or any kind of support, it usually narrows it down to which region and locale that you're located, and we tend to have teammates that you can reach out to via email to establish a connection. Specifically for the resource group standpoint, our employees are out there in the community as well. Whenever you see a Boeing volunteer shirt on, or a Boeing volunteer with a Boeing shirt on, they're actively engaged them, and they have to connect with your your employee resource for veterans, or also I'd be happy to share my information.
Dion, we can help you with a lot.
Say one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all, sorry, I'll get you. Just real quick, this is a suggestion from a corporation standpoint. I don't know if Boeing's this, but in the Houston area, if you're looking to get with corporations, I would tell you, and some of y'all may already know this, but understand the budgeting cycle of the company that you're going after. Understand when they make budgets, understand who's part of that process, because if you come in 30 days after budgets period, the money is already sort of historically spent. And it's very difficult for large floating ships. I was from the Navy, so I can use this term, to turn mid-course. So really understand when you're asking the question, because if you can't get it this year and they say no, how do I get on the budget for next year? Follow up with that quickly. It's a long-term process sometimes, but get out in front of that budget cycle and know how it works.
Sam said it well, no doesn't mean never. It just means no, not right now for this.
Maybe.
Well, not for you, John. Alan.
This is not so much a question as it is a comment on the live stream. It's for Jerry specifically. Max's Wine Dive is the best fried chicken in town, true or false?
Yeah. True. Let me get my mic. 3 times, right?
I'd love to hear a question from some of our foundations that are going to come up here in just a second.
Well, can I add a question as well?
Sure.
Maybe just a shameless plug on all 3 of our panelists, but I want to end with Jason. But Kelly, if you guys, they're a huge supporter, obviously, of the veteran community. They're going to have our family day. Second year in a row where they're going to have our family day at the MEG Bank Tower. It's a massive complex on the West Loop on November 2nd from like 10 to 3 p.m. roughly.
It's 11 to 6.
Roger that. Okay, something like that. If you've never seen yeah. Well, no. I was gonna say like the mariachi band, the kid for the HISD. What's the
HBSPA.
Yeah, HSPPA. Oh my God, they have a mariachi band. It's all high school. Those kids are way more. Anyway, Jerry, obviously being a phenomenal supporter of the veteran ecosystem. We have multiple events at several of his restaurant locations throughout the month on a recurring basis. So thank you again for your support, and I think we're going to ramp that up. I'm going to ramp that up, fortunately. And Jason, shameless plug, because you and I both went through the Bush Institute's Veteran Leadership Program inaugural class, but Boeing was the title sponsor for that inaugural class. You talk about investing in professional development for the veteran space and for leaders like all of us in this room.
Yeah, absolutely. John, I love what you're doing, and I just want to say thank you for your leadership in Combined Arms and bringing everybody together and what you're doing. It's incredible, and I want to see this model spread all across the country in all the major cities. It's definitely needed, and talk about collaboration and working together. That's the answer. So he mentioned the Bush Institute program. It's a veteran leadership program that Boeing has decided to get behind to bring together leaders within the veteran space. So not just funders, but subject matter experts, nonprofit leaders, and folks that are in government, folks that have served, who haven't served. It brings these folks together to really come together where otherwise they may not, right? A lot of these convenings, these types of forums, I believe need to happen more and more on a national level.
So how can they find out about it?
I would go on the Bush Institute website. It's an inaugural, it's every year. It's an annual application process. Part of going through that program includes a personal leadership project. It could be applicable to your work, or it doesn't have to be. Some of the cohort members in those classes don't work on strictly military veteran-related issues in their work, but they're very passionate about it and want to make a difference. And so I would urge you all, with the Bush Institute name and brand and recognition, they have access to a lot of government leaders that have been and are currently working in their positions to help move the needle as it relates to veterans. It really gives us a voice as a community to help move the needle and continue to make an impact.
Yeah, gentlemen, my name is Tim Farrell. I'm with the National Association of Veterans Serving Organizations, and you mentioned, Jason, I really appreciate you talking about wanting to take what Combined Arms is doing nationwide. We did exactly that. Combined Arms is a member of the National Association of Veteran Serving Organizations. We were asked by the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health to partner with them on a project to combat the homelessness problem, to combat the access and the utilization of mental health resources within Los Angeles County. Create what they're calling a veteran peer access network within Los Angeles County. One of the things we saw in that project was we needed to help give Los Angeles County an example of a convening organization in a major metropolitan area who is absolutely doing it right. These guys. So we brought John and the crew out to Los Angeles to give that kind of benchmark, and realizing that different cities are not going to be apples to apples, but they're certainly not apples to oranges. They're going to be at least in the variety of apples to apple sauce. That's exactly what John and the crew brought to LA County, really helped advance the conversation on what a community meeting kind of organization could do together. And they benefited from that, and that was helpful in publishing the final recommendations and report to LA County that they're now acting on. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome, John. Let's stop. Let's all get together. I'd love to hear more about it. Yeah.
All right, well, please thank our panelists. We'll get our foundation panel started in just a minute. John's lingering back there.
Oh,
I guess it's just the anxious. We do a lot of performance marketing. Like, yeah. As an outreach to the other parties you mentioned. Yeah. Let me know more. I'll send you, remind me to an email and remind you, I'll send you all the notes I took.
And we can, well, you probably just say too. Thanks, man. So if we have, okay, we have Joan, perfect. Sam, we have Sam Holmes as well. Tim, if you could join us. All right. So I know the education committee just got let out, and so we'll probably be joined by the rest of them, and then we'll wrap up after this panel. Thanks so much, Jerry. Have a good one. Appreciate it. So if everybody could grab a quick seat, and then we'll talk a little bit to our foundation partners and learn a little bit more about who they are, what they want to fund, what they have funded, what they think the priorities are, et cetera. So we'll let everybody introduce themselves, but sure. Oh yeah, we got an extra chair. You guys might have to play musical microphones if that's okay. Okay, so we have Hank from Schultz Foundation from right to left. Is that, do you want to go Hank or Henry?
Hank today.
Okay, Hank today, yeah. That's it, that's better.
Signing stuff.
I'm gonna get rid of John at some point, man. It's way too formal. King John, King Henry, you know, whatever. Those are all more. And then we have Tim Farrell from NAFSO, which isn't technically a funder per se, but he'll talk to you a little bit about how they're coordinating foundations to invest in veteran organizations. Joan Newhouse from the Farish Fund, and she'll tell you more about Farish Fund and the priorities, and Sam Holmes from Bob Woodruff Foundation. So if you guys could go, starting with Sam, we'll go from left to right this time, and you know who you are, service branch, a little bit about the Bob Woodruff Foundation, and or each of your foundations within kind of a 2-minute elevator pitch, and then we'll get into some questions.
Of course. So
Did everyone hear me?
Yep.
So my name is Sam Holmes. I'm Senior Program Officer at Bob Woodruff Foundation. I'm a Marine Corps veteran as well. Bob Woodruff Foundation is headquartered out of New York, but we have staff across the country and have really a national footprint in our grant making. For those of you who don't know who Bob Woodruff is, he was an ABC news anchor, still is an ABC news anchor, who in 2006, while headed with the Iraqi army and reporting alongside American service members in Iraq, was blown up in a convoy and lived through a pretty significant traumatic brain injury alongside his family. After their experience through military medicine, from treatment in the field all the way to time spent in Bethesda, his family really saw firsthand the amazing training that our servicemen and women received through military medicine, but also how lucky they were to have the resources to be able to be alongside Bob while he was going through the treatment. So they founded the foundation, and since 2007, when we made our first grant, we have invested about $65 million into programs that meet the needs of post 9/11 veterans, caregivers, their families, and veteran service members, their families and caregivers. We have a couple of programs. Our National Veterans Intermediary, represented by Deirdre and Nancy, are here as well. And they are focused on ensuring that veterans, no matter where they transition, receive quality services despite their geographic location. Combined Arms is a member organization, and they have 107, I believe, other community organizations across the country. Happy to be here and happy to share my thoughts on grant making.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Newhouse. I'm with the William Stamps Parish Fund. We are a Houston-based private foundation. We focus primarily on Texas, unless there is a direct relationship to a family member or one of the trustees. All of our trustees are family members, which is rather unique in this day and age. I have been with the Parish Fund for 5 years. I did serve in the Navy, and when I first arrived at the Parish Fund, the president asked me to find worthy veteran organizations in Houston and Texas for us to support and to start creating a critical mass if there was not one. So that was my mission that I started out with 5 years ago. It led me to John Birchler's office, where I just walked in and said, "You're doing something we think needs to be done," and he spent 2 hours with me.
Me was there too.
Yes. And away we went. So next up, I think, might have been our first organization to fund.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Farrell, and most importantly, as Hank alluded to earlier, I'm Timothy when I sign things. I'm Tim when people are talking to me, and most importantly, the only other person who calls me Timothy is my dearly departed mother when she was annoyed at me. So there's nobody around to call me Timothy again. So please, it's Tim. Most importantly, I want to thank Combined Arms for what Combined Arms is doing for this community. We're very fortunate at the National Association of Veterans Serving Organizations to have Combined Arms, as well as a number of organizations within Combined Arms as members of NAFSO. Also very grateful to Nancy and NVI, to the Woodruff Foundation, and to the Schultz Family Foundation. We're grateful for the support that we get as an organization from those organizations to be able to do our mission. And at its most elemental level, NAFSO exists to help individual VSOs, and not necessarily just purely W-30 501c3s, but veterans serving organizations, whether they're veteran service nonprofits, whether they're other kinds of nonprofits, and a good slice of their mission is military and veteran family serving, or different programs, for instance, within educational institutions, within different levels of government. We're there at the most elemental level to help those organizations find funding, save money, and to serve their veteran and military family constituencies better.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Hank Montalbano, and I'm a program officer at the Schultz Family Foundation. And I want to echo Tim's gratitude he shared to Combined Arms Houston. If you talk to veteran service organizations and other coordinated care organizations, they really do identify Combined Arms as a true leader and champion in the space. So the Schultz Family Foundation was born in part out of Howard Schultz's corporate initiatives that he launched at Starbucks, as well as his wife Sherry Schultz's passion areas for veterans, for tackling homelessness issues in Seattle, as well as opportunity youth. The veterans portfolio has existed for several years and primarily invests in organizations who take up transition, employment, and placement initiatives, as well as a range of services connected to the reintegration of veterans and their families. So that includes coordinated services, continued service as well. And really happy to share thoughts and learnings with everyone today.
And so I think we'll keep going with you. So we'll go back down the line. You shared some of the priorities of the Schultz Family Foundation. And I'd like to hear everyone else's priorities, particularly as it relates to the military and veteran serving ecosystem. But what kind of results do you guys, typically use to measure the impact of a grant that you issue to an organization? And you feel free to use specific examples or be more general if you don't want to. But I think that priorities and results, I'd love to hear that from everybody in a quick snippet for everybody.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of the grants that we make are not intended to be transactional in nature, meaning we don't want to just give money and expect an organization to come back with KPIs, metrics filled out in a chart. We want to hear the story and what the impact really is to those being served. With that said, a lot of the impacts being made can often be captured very concretely in a lot of cases for programs that, for example, Onward to Opportunity gives certifications and drives readiness for transitioning soldiers. So every year, thousands of veterans are accessing PMP certifications, HR certifications that are helping them also resonate with career and potential employers. We also look at how mentorship is leaving an impact in the veteran and military connected community too. Yes, we may be supporting a few hundred mentor-mentee relationships with a given grant, but it's really hard to capture the overall impacts that really can't be measured. And then, lastly, with coordinated services, I think that's a space where, at this juncture, we have some evidence and we have some learnings that we've developed in granting to a number of organizations in the space. And what we're really interested now is looking at a collaborative model where, we're really trying to replicate the kind of best practices across the industry. Now that can be difficult to try to bubble up into numbers, KPIs, things like that. So it sort of manifests in other ways, and looking at the field and seeing what the impacts are in the broader space.
Awesome, thank you. Tim. Sorry.
You're a heck of a guy. My mother would love you. Being that we're not a foundation, our contribution to our membership across the country is to help them find funding, and we largely do that through direct consultation, as well as through our portal. We're very fortunate that we've been able to craft a partnership with Candid, with the Foundation Center, on a technology that we call Grant Map, which takes a significant slice of the Foundation Center's overall philanthropic giving picture across the nation, and slices it to very veteran and military family supporting specific grant opportunities based on history, based on open grants, different algorithms that our members can search with regard to geography, with regard to a particular vertical, a particular subject area, particular amount of money, and be able to filter those things and help them prospect a little better. And then beyond that, being at their disposal with some educational resources through our webinar series, as well as different consultative projects that we've done with member organizations and with particular funders on items of importance to them. I alluded to this, I know a number of you were sitting in on the previous panel, but for those that weren't, one of the initiatives that we partnered on with Los Angeles County, which is just as big or a little bit bigger in terms of its veteran population than Houston is. A significant amount of homelessness. A lot of veterans, people think it's a cliche, but Skid Row is a real place in the Los Angeles area. And folks not getting the help they need, folks not getting access to the mental health services that are available. So we were asked by the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health to partner with them on the planning and the suggestion and the building of a coalition and a team to come up with what they're calling a veteran peer access network within, within Los Angeles County. We were looking across our membership and across the nation at who in a large metropolitan area was solving problems, who was convening great organizations that are contributing to an overall problem solving within that large geographic area. We turned to our friends at Combined Arms. So we brought John and the crew out to Los Angeles County to one of the steering group meetings, to one of the planning sessions on that. And a lot of the lessons learned that have come out of the Houston area through the Combined Arms team are being adopted in the plan and the communication phase and getting ready for the execution phase of Los Angeles County's Veteran Peer Access Network because of the great work that's been done through Combined Arms. So as we advise our members on what they can try to figure out in terms of what makes sense pursuing grants, pursuing funding, if you're making an impact, if you're telling a story, if you're able to quantify what you're doing, if you're not even at the solvency level yet, and a lot of our members are at the $100,000 or less budget level right now. Think about what you do. Survey the landscape. Make sure you're not duplicating a capability out there. As the National Association of Veteran Serving Organizations, we're attuned to that as well. We want to make sure that we're not duplicative with anything that we're doing. We want to be parallel and complementary to any other nationwide organization that's working with different members around the country, doing something a little different. Our coin of the realm is we're not all about a particular geographic area, but we're ideally transforming the veteran serving space one organization at a time around the nation, regardless of geography, regardless of size and revenue, or regardless of the particular mission within the military and veteran serving space. And when we talk to them about pursuing foundation funding, pursuing corporate funding, pursuing any funding, what's different? What problem are you solving? And how can we help you solve that problem?
Thanks, Tim. And Joan, for you being more of a local foundation, the Family Foundation Fund, as opposed to some of the more national, what are your major priorities and how do you evaluate the results of those grants?
So unlike maybe others here, we started with a clean slate 5 years ago. And I consulted with other veterans here in the community and thought about my own experience when I came back. And that was, when I checked out, I got that sheet of paper that had been copied so many times, there were black specks all over it. And the websites didn't work, the telephone numbers didn't work. I filled out some of the forms, saying, maybe I'll try a career change, and never heard anything back from anyone about anything. So.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So given that experience, the strategy that we set for the Farish Fund was that for a healthy and great transition to civilian life, You would be looking for a good job. You're looking for camaraderie when you're coming into a new community. And you may also be looking for an education piece to improve your job prospects in the future. So with those three elements, that was how I ended up at Next Stop, because I went to some of the veteran organization lists that were available all across the state of Texas, and I called a lot of telephone numbers that no longer worked. I went to a lot of websites that were no longer active. And somewhere through my just speaking with other veterans, I heard about Next Stop. Well, Next Stop had been in existence maybe 12 or 15 months, something like that. They were not asking for funding yet, but they were exactly the piece that we were looking for to help veterans transition to find a job and to translate that military resume into a civilian resume. So I had to convince John to convince his board chair to accept outside funding from another foundation, and I think we might have been the first beyond the founder. So the next piece, for the camaraderie piece, the group that I put together, we had envisioned combined arms. And I was thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I've got a lot of work to do, because as a foundation, it's not something we are going to create, but where are we going to find the right parties that would be interested in doing something like combined arms? Somehow I found an old event on the website. I mean, Combined Arms didn't even have a website yet to speak of, but it was an event. They didn't have their 501c3 yet, but they had the commitment of Wounded Warriors. And so I was thrilled to find Combined Arms and thought, this is exactly what you need for the camaraderie piece, to help people navigate a community, get in touch with everyone that they need to be put in touch with. And so once again, I was knocking on the door of Combined Arms and saying, have you gotten your 501c3 yet? Have you gotten your 501c3 yet? Which is what we need for a foundation. Then in the last piece of that first round, we also funded Rice University. So our trustees are very interested in entrepreneurship. And so we have been funding not only the Veterans Business Battle, but we have endowed a scholarship for the Military Scholars Program at the Jones School at Rice University. As a side part, also kind of getting to, it's somewhat a veteran issue, we worked with Dr. John Holcomb, who was head of Life Flight and the Texas Trauma Institute. And he is also a combat medic who served in Iraq and was coming across innovative ways to treat head trauma at that point when you're leaving the battlefield and getting to a hospital. So we funded some of his research so that you can have improved outcomes from brain injury. And then we moved on to do other things to help people with jobs. We've now worked with Goodwill, SARE, Jobs for Progress. These are now Combined Arms partners, and as well as the PTSD Foundation. And that's
a lot.
Thank you.
So the Bob Woodruff Foundation, like I said, our priority is really in finding programs that are working through qualified needs in the post 9/11 veteran service member family and caregiver population. When we're approaching our grant making, we really do start with a need. We approach our grant making really through a principle of outcome-based programming, and we fund strictly programs. And what that means is we are really focused on outcome that an individual program so we do achieve on their target population. We dive really deep into the logic model of each intervention, ensuring that there's an evidence base for whatever intervention is being delivered. We again ensure and work really closely with each one of our applicants, and then hopefully to bring them to a point to be a grantee so that they are aligned on our nomenclature and our commitment to the principles of outcome-based philanthropy. We are, we really do believe that there, knowing that there are 46,000 plus nonprofits serving our population that exists in this country, that we want to ensure that the ones that we focus on are doing what they say they're going to do. And not only are they doing what they say they're going to do, they have a mechanism in place, whether it be an evaluation or some other sort of measurable way to prove it to us. We say that, we do that because our target population, though it is a population of people, we're working directly with organizations, and we want to be standing next to and in front of and sometimes behind our organizations as they are able to deliver their program. And we know that every program we fund is a direct reflection on our process for evaluation. And we know that the veterans who are seeking those services do so knowing that the Bob Woodruff Foundation and other funders who are also funding these programs have vetted them before us. Transitioning out of the military myself, I didn't have any sense of what to do. I really did feel like my best resource was VA, and I actually had a lot of really good interactions with VA. But as I was making bad choices, which turned into great opportunities, as they often do, I learned really quickly that the VA can't do it all, but that nonprofits do exist to be able to fill those needs. And it's filling those gaps that we really try to stay focused on at the foundation, and we ensure that we are granting to organizations who have an understanding of as well, and that when they think of the need and they articulate the need, that it's backed up through an understanding of the public resources that are available. I'll stop there.
Well, Sam, I know we've had some intense conversations about data and outcomes and impact measurement. So, I think that all of these organizations are really best in class in the way that they're, prioritizing and driving results for the organizations and the agencies that they fund, because it's not done whimsically at all. There's a lot of work and intensity in evaluating the effectiveness of these organizations is put into that decision-making process. And I want to say thank you all to you, our funders, our partners, for being a significant part of this entire ecosystem and for your investment in our partners that are here today. With that, I think we have a couple minutes for a couple questions until ESCO gives me the hook. So with that, you guys, let's hear from you, and stand up and shout, and I'll try and repeat the question. Boy, it's that time of day, isn't it? It's happy hour.
Now, the multiple times I was a commander in the Air Force, one of the things I did, now obviously I can't direct this, but I would always say, we're not leaving until somebody asks a question. And it can't be a softball, it can't be what my favorite color is, it's scarlet, the color of my alma mater. But please, let's have one substantive question that's not a softball, and then John can dismiss us.
I'll jump in there.
All right, heck of a guy.
Feel pressure, that's good. Daily market condition continues, and obviously we've got a lot of support from those at the table right now. We've had massive money in Baltimore, and obviously the Schultz Foundation. And I think as we talk about, we heard from Jen when we worked last year earlier saying we're not competing amongst each other as nonprofits. My question to you all is how do you all as funders communicate amongst each other and make sure you're not feeling competitive as well? Or if you find someone who's like, hey, we're funding an organization and we're going to walk away and find somewhere else, do y'all find ways to collaborate and connect as well to make sure that the resources that we provide are accurately funded and feel less competitive amongst each other and who's providing support?
Yeah, I think collaborating amongst peers and other funders is a great way to conduct one component of this whole kind of crudely called due diligence. For example, the McCormick Foundation and the Schultz Foundation are part of what's called a philanthropy roundtable, where we will come together and also host calls and talk about what is happening, what are the overlaps, what are the trends occurring, where we can get multiple perspectives who are oftentimes trying to drive similar strategic outcomes. And that's a tremendous opportunity for us to get a really diverse range of opinions and learnings about a given organization.
Our experience is a little bit different because we're getting in on the ground floor. So I even find myself having the opportunity to introduce the organizations that we are funding to other foundations because we want to see them thrive and we think that they are taking a good lead. And so it's a different, a whole different field when you're on the ground floor and you're trying to get these organizations to grow so that they can then help more people and hopefully go nationwide.
So the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we're very similar because we're funding particular programs. Our goal is to one day build those programs into a position where they can go out and seek funding outside the Bob Woodruff Foundation, whether that be for expansion, whether that be for sustainment. We believe that really focusing on the outcomes that are being produced, establishing the need, and then at the end of the day, being able to frame what you're doing based on that logic will graduate you outside of what the Bob Woodruff Foundation said.
It's interesting too when one of our members has an experience where they might have expected a grant or might have expected a particular tranche of funding and it didn't come through, and then there's that panic moment. Candidly, we felt it as well. And at that point, it's a matter of, okay, let's take a step back. We learned something from this particular submission. Now, whom can we connect to within our networks to be able to say, this might not have met this exact priority or this exact timing with this particular funder. Now let's look at what we call our member profile within NAFSO, where our members, we ask them to update it at least every 6 months. A number of funders ask us for that. They'll pulse us, the relationships we've built around the nation, they'll pulse us for, hey, this is where we're looking to fund, who you got? And we want to make sure that we're serving our membership that way, that we're able to, through those member profiles, sharing those with particular funders. We get those profiles from some of our funders as well in our funder profile library to be able to make those connections where in that moment where you're like, oh no, we didn't necessarily get this funding that we were expecting, that we're able to pivot that, because it's not a matter of, in most cases, you wrote a bad grant or your program is not impactful or what you're asking for doesn't matter. It just might not fit with what that particular grantor is offering. So we want to be part of that discussion with our membership and with our potential membership and with our funders, both our funders and networks of funders, to be able to connect them to those great organizations who may be able to fund you that where your priorities do match a little better. We're very fortunate. We've discussed it with the Combined Arms folks as well as a number of the member organizations here. I appreciated John bringing up the Vets Aid concert that's going to be happening in November. We're so fortunate that Joe and Christian from Vets Aid have asked us to gather the applications and evaluate the applications. And they didn't give us an extraordinarily rigorous criteria on that. So we wanted to make sure that we evaluated those that had some degree of subjectivity to them, but do that as objectively as possible. And I really appreciate what Hank brought up, where it's that, and Schultz Family Foundation does an extraordinarily great job of this, where you're balancing those specific numerical KPIs with the human stories that go with them. And if you're telling that both ways, you're going to hit pay dirt at some point. And I think that's so important to take the numbers. I forget what presenter it was, John, earlier. Please forgive me for that. But one of the presenters at an earlier panel talked about speaking from the heart, but then bringing the data from the head. And if you combine those two aptly, you're going to be that high-performing organization that wonderful organizations like these are going to want to invest in.
There's an important perspective that I think is valuable for any nonprofit to have, and that is to think about the foundation's business side. And so I thought I would add a couple of comments. The first being that the trustees are going to set what I would call a portfolio weighting in different sectors, and it may vary from year to year. Second is, for a foundation such as ours and probably the other foundations here, a lot of your assets are invested in the market. So your ultimate budget is determined by what happens to the stock market. And if we have a stock market tank, that can affect your budget for the end of the year. The third thing is, speaking for the Farish Fund, and it was referenced in the budgeting cycle at Amegy, because you don't because you don't know what the market is going to do, and because it is the value of your portfolio at the end of each month, averaged over 12 months, you don't want to make your heavy commitments until the end of your fiscal year when you can really zero in on your budget. So that means if you've missed the grant cycle this time around, it may be really another year before a decision would be made on your grant, particularly if you're a new organization. And so that's just the way it is. It's the way the budgets work. And in addition, often, speaking for us, we are happy to, or we're more interested in possibly making a smaller contribution the first time around, not a big major contribution, but that gets us engaged with the organization. We start following what they're doing and, able to see how impactful they are and make decisions for future grants like capital campaigns or endowments later.
No, thank you, Joan. I think that's a really good point because a lot of external variables do impact the decision-making and the ability to give to these organizations and everything that y'all do. So thank you all so much for your perspective. And Hank, I'm glad you brought up Philanthropy Roundtable. It's really exciting that they have a veterans portfolio there run by Sean Riley, who's an Army guy. He wears bow ties, don't hold it against him, but he-
Sean is a well-dressed man.
Yeah, he wears the pocket squares. Good dude. But, I think Sean is intentionally trying to gather more of these assets and intentionally directing them to organizations that are best in class, like all of you. So with that, we'll wrap up, but just a reminder, this is the objective of this panel is to introduce some of our greatest supporters and thought leaders in the space to all of you, so that you might be able to develop relationships with them or at least learn from their depth of knowledge. And as a quick review, the Schultz Family Foundation has helped support Combined Arms in deploying our methodology and technology into other communities, which we're working on right now in real time. So thank you, Hank, and welcome to the team. I know you're 6 months in?
Yeah, about 6 months now.
Awesome. Well, it's great to finally meet you in person. Tim, of course, the Vets Aid, that's going to be a huge deal here in Houston, November 10th. Yeah, around 1775 of my Marine Corps came alive. So look out for tickets, buy tickets, and support your friendly neighborhood veteran organizations. Joan with Farish Fund, William Stanley's Farish Fund, they have funded many organizations in this room, as you know, or as she mentioned, but Combined Arms specifically has invested in the space, the fantastic gym that you guys have probably seen in the murals and all of the great amenities. And of course, our marketing apparatus. We're trying to reach service members before they transition and really catch them into our nets so that we can ensure that they have a much more accelerated and successful transition. And of course, Bob Woodruff Foundation, the Harvey Impact Study, which is ongoing, and we actually will have some data on Monday to show the impact of the Combined Arms system on the veteran population and what their needs are on a continuing basis. And most recently, we were able to announce that their investment into our Community Leader Program, which Linda Morales is dutifully leading and going to plus up community leaders in the field with armed with our mobile application from 30 to 100 within the year, and that could reach thousands and thousands of veterans and their families, so huge impact. And we also want to say this wasn't planned whatsoever. We had Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps, sorry, Coast Guard. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And thank you guys for your continued investment in the veteran community and in Combined Arms ecosystem. And with that, Brian Escobedo is going to wrap us up and send y'all home for happy hour. So stay with us a little bit longer.
My friends, are you ready for the last event of the convention? It's happening. It's going to happen right now. It'll be very short. 15 minutes is the aim. We're going to get everybody up here to the chairs of each committee. If you're a moderator, come on up. Thank you. And so yes, you did hear there's a happy hour across the street. There's a Mexican restaurant called Don Rockies on the other side of the freeway. We're going to go there. They have margaritas, they got chips and salsa. That's all you really need to know. So, all right, come on up, y'all. Don't be shy. Have a seat, stand, kneel, bend. Okay. All right. So in the order, first we're going to start with the SIVs. They each have 2 minutes to give you a brief overview. This is really the most critical part. Now, ladies and gents, there was no plan. No one knew how these conversations were going to go. We took it to the laboratory, the social laboratory, got together, put our brains together, and what you're about to hear is what this convention produced. And this is the seedling for all the future plans for 2020 for all the committees. So first of all, a round of applause to all these moderators. That was great work today. Thank you. They put a lot of hours in getting all this stuff prepared. So thank all of you very much. First, we're going to start with Dina and Chris, the SIVs, the interpreters, breakout session. If y'all want, oh yeah, you can use those microphones.
Test. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dina Azayanti.
And we've been working together through many organizations to bring more programming for the SIV community to Houston. So just a quick brief on that. The SIVs are the Special Immigrant Visa recipients from Iraq and Afghanistan that earned a right to come to America by fighting alongside us. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I was an infantry officer and I served in Afghanistan, and I served right alongside several Afghans who, I'm fortunate to say, have immigrated to America and are becoming Americans. One of my interpreters lives here in Houston, and one day I went and spent some time with him and some of his friends and realized that their needs and their wants are directly aligned with what veterans want and need. So the things that we're already set up to do are a perfect fit for them. And we're just in a good position to make a big difference. Right now, I'll turn it over to Dina.
So one thing I can relate to you guys, I was born in Baghdad, Iraq, and during 2003, when the war happened, I was 8 years old. One of the best things that I remember in my childhood was, I can relate to you since most of you are veterans, is I remember during the US Army used to, whenever they come to our neighborhood, used to do daily inspections in our homes and used to bring us candy all the time. So I always share that memory also with the soldiers, and it's very just, I'm always speechless whenever I think about now being here connecting with you guys, because it's just, it's a big shift in our life, and it's a very powerful thing. Yeah, it's a big privilege as an Iraqi, as an American citizen now. And so what we're tackling here with Combined Arms, with the initiative with the Refugee Settlement Agencies, is economic, educational, family wellness. So these will be the 3 main factors in how we're going to be best serve our SIV community and keep that promise for Iraqis and Afghans allies.
Thanks, Tina. And this is all part of a big 3-pronged approach that Combined Arms is taking by forming an SIV committee, an SIV affinity group, and also updating the portal. For the affinity group, for the committee, Tina's going to be taking lead on that. I'll be taking lead on the affinity group. And our affinity group will be a group of volunteers to help out at the refugee agencies that are providing the initial support, greeting these heroes at the airport and welcoming them home. And then delivering social events, just like any other affinity group, to help better connect them to resources. And then our third thing is updating the portal. We talked today about how does an SIV access the portal. well, they don't have a rank, they don't have a discharge status, they don't have the same things as veterans. So Ray is going to update the portal so that our SIVs can access. And even if they know they're coming next month from Afghanistan, the only thing they know is they're coming to Houston. We can start making sure that they're ready to get on their feet as soon as they get here, in and contributing to our Houston economy and succeeding and taking care of their families. So that's our 2 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right. Next is Dr. Elisa Bora with the outcome measurements. Go ahead, take it away, doctor.
Thank you so much. So today we had an almost standing room only session around outcome measurement. Who knew it would be so popular, but I was thrilled. And so the purpose of it is a lot of what we've been talking about all day today, which is measuring impact and making sure that we understand that what services all combined armed partners are delivering to veterans and their families, we can ensure that the services are effective, that the people being served are achieving the outcomes that they're seeking, which is much easier said than done. And we talked about the intricacies of measurement, data collection, forming common measures across 60 organizations who are delivering similar services. So we have a lot of momentum and a lot of interest from the group, and that's where we're at. We're going to do a pilot this October and November where we try out some surveys to try to measure some outcomes and see what happens. We're also engaging veteran clients that have been served by Combined Arms to ensure that we're talking about outcomes that matter to them and making sure that the surveys aren't too irritating to them and that they are willing to answer them. That's always a challenge in research and data collection. So I think that's where we're at. Thank you.
Outstanding. Oh, next will be, thank you so much. Next will be Capri Thomas. And Capri works at HCC, and so she was generous enough to make all this stuff happen. So thank you, an extra special thank you to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Testing. Okay. Thank you all for coming to HCC. We were honored to host Combined Arms today. So the educational today was awesome. I've been receiving so many phone calls, text messages, and everything. We learned so much from each other. The common goal is we all have to work together. The things we want to focus on, and we're ready for people ready to meet now on the 1920 symposium. We want to focus on the careers with the education panel for Combined Arms and the Eco League. We want to get that up and running. We wanted the unity of organizations coming together as one. Boots on the ground, because we found out that a lot of our institutions, a lot of our military personnel are not self-identifying as veterans. So we have to get more of ours, go out and get them and reach them. Also, the SIVs, which was a lot of our institutions that were not aware what SIVs were. So I'm excited. A lot of people are excited about this, so we're already looking for scholarship opportunities for the SIVs. Benefits, a lot of our veterans we want to focus on the benefits of education. A lot of the dependents are not, they don't know what benefit they can have, what VA what educational benefits that's offered to them. So we want to be more get the education out there. Also, best practices hosted by each university. So we want to bring all the universities together. How can we work together as one? And what can we do? So I'm excited. I told Brian I'm excited about this. I'm honored to be a chairwoman for the education because it's a need, and we're ready to rock and roll for 1920.
Thank you so much.
2020. It's been a long day.
I knew she was a time traveler. Next, we have the chairwoman for the Wellness Committee, and that's Christy Chatham. So Chatham, just kidding. Chatham, thank you. So Christy, by the way, she used to work at the White House. So. That's our first White House former employee that now works with one of the committees. So take it away, Christy.
I'm still saying. I just want to say that. Okay, so everyone in the Wellness Committee, all of the organizations, we had Home Base, Endeavor. Thank you, Dr. Kim with Grace After Fire for taking notes. We had U of H there, and I feel like we're missing but great collaboration. We had the VA in the room as well. And our goal initially was to identify CEUs that will be specific for the veteran population. So for providers, whether clinical or non-clinical, and identify those CEUs, ensure that they're free, create a calendar, and create a calendar. And so we added to that goal by identifying 3 different tracks that we wanted to focus on for 2020. And those tracks are military veteran, cultural competency track. So in that, that's that transitioning piece, that is that employer component, making sure that when veterans are going or applying for a job or at the workplace, that their HR department understands what it's like for a veteran to transition. Our second track is our integrated treatment track. And so that is non-clinical and clinical. So that'll teach our non-clinical and clinical staff different trainings and CEUs around that. And then the last track would be our trauma-informed care track. That's pretty self-explanatory. And also we didn't want to just call those CEUs. We also wanted to call them professional development, professional development training for non-clinical providers. So that non-clinical providers will see the use and the benefit of actually getting those particular trainings. So how we will start by implementing this, we will send out a survey for course suggestions. So to the different veteran organizations or any individual organization that touches veterans, that deals with veterans, we would like to send a survey to figure out what training, what CEUs, what classes should we offer that'll help you provide better services to our veterans. And we also would like to measure, I guess, the effectiveness of our courses by referrals, by references, by post-survey results, to ensure that the courses that we're offering are impactful, they're innovative, and they're also changing and evolving as veteran care and veteran treatment evolves. And so we would like to incentivize the participation into our CEU certifications. So ideally, Combined Arms would have an identifier for employers that's, let's say they go through our military veteran cultural competency track. Combined Arms would give them an identifier saying that this employer is military cultural competent. And they'll get that identifier, and that'll be an incentive for a veteran that, say, goes to MHA for assistance. They're looking for a job now, they see that identifier, is still all in the same family. So it's kind of a cross-referencing of providers and organizations, and we'll also do that not only for employers, but for other organizations that we would deem veteran-friendly.
Thank you, Christy, appreciate you. Next is the chairwoman, Crystal Kyler. So Crystal did 2 and so did Crest today. So Crystal, if you could cover first the Essential Services Collaboration Committee. Do you want to also cover the second one you did, caregivers 2, back to back, or you want to take a break?
Back to back is fine.
Okay, good to go. So first, the Essential Services Collaboration Committee.
So the Essential Services Collaboration Committee, the mission is to join resources to serve a single client as a collaborative team, because we know that a person in crisis has multi-layered needs. Through Combined Arms data collected, we found that veterans who are single parents fall within poverty or are at risk of poverty. So our 2020 SMART goal is to auto-prescribe resources to this demographic with both short and long-term supportive resources. And that is looking at the member organizations that make up the Essential Services Collaboration Committee, providing housing, financial benefits, legal, food, and clothing, but also looking to cross-collaborate with our other committees like professional growth and education and mental health and wellness. So can I go on to caregivers?
Oh, absolutely, please do.
It's short and sweet. So the goal of Combined Arms is to serve veterans and their families. By caring for caregivers, we also care for the veterans. This was a discovery group. So this is the first time that we are officially coming together here at Combined Arms, bringing our member organizations who provide services for caregivers to the table to discuss the challenges faced by their clients and the challenges they face as service providers, and also educate one another on what they are providing, what is their definition of a caregiver. It was very informative. And we're really excited for 2020 and formalizing this to be a collaborative committee. We discussed how we will implement the tech support to reach caregivers and serve their needs by our partner organizations. So that's going to take a lot of work, working alongside the tech support at Combined Arms to really make sure that we can capture the information we need to identify and serve caregivers through the portal. Our goal in 2020 is to execute 2 caregiver wellness days. We're looking at opportunities where veterans, the person they are caring for, can be involved, as well as providing child care if that's a need, and offering this in person as well as a possibly live or virtual platform coinciding, or one or the other. We want to provide the opportunity for caregivers who may not be able to leave their home or leave their routine to come out and attend, and not have to worry as well if they can attend, that they can also bring the person they are caring for. So we're excited. It'll be a great collaborative committee and a great asset to Combined Arms.
That sounds awesome. All right, Nick Bassett, the chairman of the Professional Growth Collaboration Committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the folks that participated in the collaboration meeting. It was an outstanding effort, and we had a lot of good ideas. We had a lot of chaos. Committee has another outstanding solution. If you're familiar with James Madison, that's one of his calls, it's called, what it stands for. So, yeah, acronym. Anyway, so our primary discussion was around 2 goals that we decided upon. The first goal for the committee is hiring 3,500 veterans throughout our member agencies, at minimum 3,500 for 2020. But that doesn't mean any job. It means a job that is at least $16.50 an hour and has a full-time job with benefits. That's what we're going to be measuring quality hires for 2020. But to lead into that goal, we're going to need to improve a few things across the board, to include our equity referrals that we mentioned, I think many committees are mentioning as well. Being able to connect the veterans to different resources is going to help them find a better job. If they need more education, skills, training, housing, whatever the case is, we need to improve those equity referrals across the board. The other thing we're looking at doing is also including the family, the household. We've been doing that, but we're going to really focus on spouses, caregivers, dependents, and also include the SIDU population as well in our metrics. Going forward, we are going to look at doing some hiring events, or at least maybe a CACS event at some point this year or in 2020, and that's going to lead into my next SMART goal, which is employer engagement. We really want to focus on employer engagement in 2020, and that means really easing the access for the employers to get to veterans, whether that's having an online virtual profile for the employers to fill out, assuming they meet the requirements, $16 an hour at the very least, as well as full-time jobs. They have jobs, they're hiring veterans. They can fill out that profile online, or we can do face-to-face meetings at Combined Arms, get the veterans in front of the employer, hiring managers. And also we discussed a employer recognition program as well that will be in collaboration with what the Wellness Committee was mentioning, making sure the employer goes through that training, that military cultural training, as well as meet all the requirements that we have. And historically, we'll have some employers that we're going to nominate for this recognition, and maybe have a tiered system where it's you're a gold star, military veteran friendly employer. You've met these metrics, you're a silver star or bronze star, whatever the case is. Have that badge from Combined Arms that recognize that you are a true veteran friendly employer. So I think that'll go a long way as well. And then we also had I think that's more or less sums it up.
Thank you so much. And Chris will be the last one. So Chris also did 2 today, and the Social Impact Committee. Go ahead, Chris.
So the Social Impact Committee is made up of the organizations that have veterans but actually serve the greater community. Organizations like the Mission Continues, Travis May Foundation, Team Rubicon, all the different ones that we have here in Houston. we've been doing many different things throughout the past 2 years. Today we talked about the things that we did best, and we're going to continue to do those going into the future. So those are deconflicting events. We all have a lot of activities when we're at Veterans Day or 9/11 or MLK Day. Those are big days for volunteering. How do we deconflict so that we're not competing for the same volunteers and funding and space? We're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to learn about each other so that we can suggest the best volunteering opportunities for our veterans and refer them accordingly. And then finally, we just encourage and train people on the use of EchoLink, which is one of our most powerful tools. Some new things, some new business we're starting. Esco mentioned it earlier today, but micro impact. So there are many things that our community needs that don't fit neatly into one of our programs. Whether it's an elderly person that needs some things moved around in their home, or it's today we worked with the example of a lot that needs cleaning out that no one wants to take responsibility for. We have good, strong, motivated people that can accomplish these tasks if they have some organization. So our committee spent a lot of our meeting figuring out the best system for receiving those requests and implementing them. And then lastly, volunteer recruiting. We want to help every organization in here recruit volunteers better, and we're going to work very closely with Volunteer Houston with their online system and also with their volunteer fairs to make that happen. And that's the Social Impact Committee. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Before we get off the stage, I just want to say, I mean, what I heard walking around and the way the conversation started, an idea and then just morphed. And people that you didn't know that came into the room, the contributions they gave and the way the idea changed, the collective problem solving, that is the magic. That's what happens when you bring people together and put their minds towards solving one common issue. And so this is all the seedling of what we're going to do in 2020. So look out for it, join the committees, attend and participate, and contribute your resources, connect them to other resources you can contribute to their meeting. And I want to say deeply thank all of you for the work you're going to do this year. And I give you a big thank you, round of applause for all these great moderators. I'm good to work, y'all. I'm good to go. So I don't see John Burst in the room, but hey, ladies and gents, this is the end of the 2019 convening. So before we head out, I do want to say, Donna Rocky, if you want to, we have it up on the screen. We are come talk about media directions myself, but it's across the road. We're going to have margaritas, and that's what we're going to do now. So thank you so much for coming. We'll see you again very soon. Oh. That's all, folks.